Chapter 1021. Thu. Meng Lingtian's face darkened. Ha! Old Meng, are you having a headache? Dongfang Jingpai laughed. Meng Lingtian. Yen Chuan looked at Li Si with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Let's go. Yen Chuan flew into the sky. Li Si, Bai Ditian, and Lu Jin followed closely behind. Then, the subdued elites of the 6 major sects followed closely behind. The group of people flew towards the southeast in a grandiose manner. Zhu narrowed his eyes as he stood on the peak of a mountain. This Yen Chuan isn't simple, Yao Tianshang said with a frown. The only heroes today are Yen Chuan and Hua Er. Zhu said solemnly. A few months later, in the great Zhen dynasty's Yen capital, Kong Mok finally arrived with more than 100 officials, covered in dust. Kong Mok stood on the peak of a mountain. His eyes glinted with hatred. He looked up at the golden dragon of providence in the sky and unleashed a murderous aura. The 9-clawed golden dragon of Great Zhen seemed to have sensed the murderous aura, and it roared in warning. Many of the Great Zhen officials' expressions changed. Hua Guang stepped out of the Hua residence with the greed wolf. Jin Dayu appeared at the mouth of a volcano in the distance. Feng Yinyang stepped out of the imperial astronomer as well. Everyone could sense the murderous aura. They looked at a nearby mountain. Kong Mok said with a dark expression, Yen Chuan and Bai Ditian aren't here. Kill them all, kill them all, kill them all. Understood. More than 100 officials replied. A group of experts pounced on them. The upper void stage expert at the front slashed down with his energy saber. A heavenly saber beam descended from the sky as though it was going to cleave Yen capital in half. Bastard! Someone in Yen capital shouted coldly. Hua Guang pointed his spear at the sky. The astral spear, which was surrounded by endless blood fiends, shot up into the sky and collided with the astral saber. Boom! The spear aura surrounded by the blood aura struck, and the saber aura exploded. Feng Yinyang waved his hand. It was as if a sea of clouds had appeared all of a sudden, covering Beijing in an instant and protecting the people of Beijing. Following that, the rolling fog rolled towards the group of powerhouses. The moment Yenjing was protected, a bell rang in the distance. Clang! A blue sound wave quickly swept towards the group of experts. Kong Mok's group of experts screamed in pain. Hua Guang waved his long spear, and 3 experts were instantly blasted apart. The fog spread, instantly cutting off the alliance of all the powerhouses. Hua Guang wielded his spear and ferociously charged into the battlefield. Boom! In the fog, miserable cries could be heard. Feng Yinyang stared coldly at the battlefield. ZZ also walked onto the square. Yifeng walked over. On one hand, he was protecting ZZ, on the other hand, he was reporting what was happening. Empress, they're from the Great Buddha Empire. Kong Mok is leading them, Yifeng said. The Great Buddha Empire? ZZ's eyes turned cold. Pass down my order. Kill them all. Yes. Hua Guang was the reincarnation of a ferocious star and had gone through 10,000 years of baptism. Although he had just reached the upper void stage not long ago, his ferocious aura was unstoppable. 1 man and 1 spear could block thousands of enemies. Boom! One by one, the powerhouses died under Hua Guang's spear. In the white fog, everyone lost contact with each other, and they were running around in confusion. How could this be? Kong Mok's expression changed. Chapter 1022. With a flip of his hand, Kong Mok was about to break the array. Boom! A gust of wind blew past, and Jin Dayu suddenly appeared in front of Kong Mok. It's you? Kong Mok's face darkened. Kong Mok, how dare you come here? Capturing you will definitely be a great merit. Jin Dayu said with a smile. Just you? Kong Mok sneered. As he spoke, he struck out with his palm, and a huge golden palm appeared in the void, grabbing at Jin Dayu. Dang! The Divine Emperor bell rang again, and another blue sound wave rushed out, stacking on top of each other in the air as it collided with Kong Mok. Boom! The sound wave and the golden palm collided, and the golden palm was shattered. Wah! A crow cawed, and rolling grand sun primordial fire swept towards Kong Mok. No, no, your majesty, run quick! Prophet Buddha exclaimed. The grand sun primordial fire exploded, and Prophet Buddha's body was charred black as he blocked Jin Deyu's attack. More than 100 officials were trapped in an instant, and countless screams could be heard from within the fog. Jin Deyu suddenly became so powerful that Kong Mok found it difficult to kill him in a short time. No! Kong Mok couldn't believe this tragic reality. Let's go! Prophet Buddha made a prompt decision. He led the remaining dozen or so people and quickly fled. Escape? Where do you think you're going? Jin Deyu stared and shouted. Wah! Jin Deyu chased after them. Kong Mok and the others escaped. Prophet, I can kill that guy. He can't do anything to me. Kong Mok shouted. I understand, but your majesty, didn't you see it? The most terrifying thing isn't Jin Deyu, it's that inexplicable formation. That strange formation. Upper void martial artists. Even upper void martial artists would get lost if they enter it. Moreover, that formation is still expanding. Once it envelopes us, we won't have any chance to escape. Bastard! Kong Mok said with hatred. Your Majesty, let's leave quickly. The Dacian imperial dynasty is too strange, and we don't know how many more things there are, Prophet Buddha exclaimed. Jin Deyu immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the 6 experts, and Kong Mok and the others immediately fled. Chaos opening! Jin Deyu shouted angrily. Ding! A powerful impact instantly sent the 6 powerhouses flying into the forest in all directions. Jin Deyu transformed into the Golden Crow and chased after them again. The 6 experts who crashed into the mountain quickly got up, wanting to continue blocking Jin Deyu. Suddenly, a group of black-robed men appeared in front of each of them. A group of black-robed men blocked their path. One of the men's face sank, and he suddenly slashed out with his sword. A black-robed man waved his long sword and immediately repelled the sword. The group of black-robed men ignored him and looked at the leader instead. Pavilion Master. Everyone looked at the black-robed leader. Don't let any of them escape. Kill them all. The leader of the black-robed men said in a deep voice. The group of black-robed men replied. As for the leader, he quickly chased after Jin Deyu. After chasing him for half a year, they finally caught up. Kong Mok brought the Prophet Buddha out of the East Divine Continent. Your Majesty, Jin Deyu knows that he can't kill us, so he went back. Prophet Buddha said miserably. Kong Mok looked at himself and the Prophet Buddha. Most of their clothes were torn, and they looked extremely miserable. For a moment, Kong Mok was extremely sorrowful. Your Majesty, we are injured, but Jin Deyu is also injured. He is more miserable than us. Prophet Buddha advised. Back then, we should have killed Yen Chuan while he was still in the bud. I hate him. Kong Mok said hatefully. Your Majesty, please don't think about it. Prophet Buddha said bitterly. The emperor and his minister were speechless for a moment, and they flew towards the West Divine Continent. Chapter 1023. Dacian Empire. Yen Capital, Upper Study Room. Outside the Upper Study Room, Yi Feng, Huoguang, Jin Deyu, Meng Wenruo, Li Si, and Lu Gang had all arrived. Lu Jin stopped them outside the Upper Study Room. My lords, please wait. Lu Jin said politely. Who else is inside? Huoguang asked. Lu Jin shook her head. Only His Majesty is inside. He might be thinking about something. Please wait for His Majesty's summons. The ministers looked at each other and nodded in the end. Inside the Upper Study Room, Yen Chuan sat behind the desk and tapped his fingers on the armrest of the throne. He frowned as if he was thinking about something important. Mohina Dojin? Yen Chuan frowned as he tried to recall. That day, the power that the Lotus God imbued was so powerful that even Bai Ditian said it was nothing compared to him. With the help of the myriad wonders demonic lotus, Mohina Dojin even created hundreds of powerful puppets. Puppets at the first level of the upper void stage? Even at the first level, the number of upper void stage puppets is terrifying. How many upper void stage puppets are there in the world? Yen Chuan picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. He fell into deep thought again. Mohina Dojin already has such strength and influence, but he's still content with his territory? He doesn't care about Dajin at all? Perhaps, there's only one explanation. Dao Monarch Black Sun is still waiting for something, and this thing that he's waiting for can allow his strength to undergo a qualitative leap? Yen Chuan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a bright light flashed. Lotus God? I must find out who this Lotus God is. After pondering for a while, Yen Chuan seemed to have made a decision. Hua Guang and the others were also waiting outside the main hall. They were slightly curious as to what Yen Chuan was thinking. Come in. Yen Chuan's voice sounded. Sirs, please. Lu Jin said with a smile. Everyone nodded and stepped into the upper study. Greetings, Your Majesty. Everyone saluted. Yen Chuan nodded. Your Majesty, the 6 middle sects that you subdued in the Archaic Mysteries sect have all submitted to the Great Jin Imperial Dynasty. Their merits have all been converted into fortune by the Great Jin Empire, Feng said. Although there are some people from the 6 middle sects who are not convinced, they have all been suppressed. The Great Jin Empire's army has already begun to garrison the major cities. All right. Yen Chuan nodded. In the East Divine Continent, other than the Dazhao Holy Ground, the Jiulu Academy, and the Dajin Imperial Dynasty, there are only 9 middle-level sects left. Before His Majesty went to the Archaic Mysteries sect, he had already started making preparations to attack the Dazhao Holy Ground. Is it about to begin now? Yi Feng asked again. Shaking his head, Yen Chuan said in a deep voice, Wait a little longer. The ministers looked at Yen Chuan in confusion. Lu Gang. Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Gang immediately replied. Increase the East faction's infiltration of the Dazhao Holy Ground by 5 times. Investigate everything about the Dazhao Holy Ground. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Lu Gang replied. There are still 9 middle-level sects left? Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. Hua Guang, Yi Feng, Jin Deyu, Meng Wenrua, Li Si, I want you to come up with an expedition plan within 3 days. I want to destroy the 9 sects first before attacking the Dazhao Holy Ground. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Everyone was slightly surprised. Expedition plan? His Majesty is not participating? Logically speaking, His Majesty should be in charge of this matter. Everyone replied, but their hearts were filled with confusion. As though he saw through everyone's confusion, Yen Chuan explained, I will not be participating in the expedition against the 9 sects for a period of time. I need all of you to work together. I want to find out what kind of existence this Lotus God is. Yes? Everyone replied. Only Li Si was slightly confused. Lotus God? Find out? How could he figure it out? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. A plan for the expedition against the 9 sects appeared in front of Yen Chuan. Yi Feng was in charge of overseeing the headquarters, the order of the expedition, and the deployment of various strategies. Li Si was in charge of the path of law, using the fastest speed to implement the laws of the Dazhao Holy Ground into the cities under their control. Stabilizing the people's hearts. Persuading the disciples of the various sects to surrender. Meng Wenrua was in charge of the imperial examinations, selecting the best talents to quickly fill the important official positions after the siege. Hua Guang and Jin Deyu were in charge of the attack. Looking at the plan, Yen Chuan was extremely satisfied. He took out the great heavenly seal and stamped it. Proved, Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. In the imperial court, Yen Chuan gave some instructions and left again. Inside the imperial palace, Xianying Palace. Feng Yinyang once again arranged everything. Outside Xianying Palace, there was a trace of reluctance in Zizi's eyes. I'm right here. What are you worried about? Yen Chuan said with a smile. Zizi sighed. But your soul has already left the heavens. Meow. Big liar, you said you'd take me, but you didn't take me to the immortal realm this time. Meow immediately cried out. This is no small matter. I'll definitely take you next time. Yen Chuan smiled wryly. Meow Meow turned its head away in disbelief. Meow, Yen Chuan's trip to the immortal realm this time is very important. Can't you see that he's going alone? Zizi frowned. Meow. I was just saying. Meow said, feeling wronged. All right, wake me up if you need anything. I really do have something important to do this time, Yan Chuan said. But ZZ nodded sensibly. They entered Xianying Palace. Yan Chuan lay in the coffin with his eyes closed. Just like last time, there was a black jade talisman on top of his head. However, there was something different this time. Yan Chuan held a piece of wood in his palm. It was a small piece of wood from the branch of the world. When he returned the branch of the world to Yun Exen, Yan Chuan gently took a small piece from it. It was so small that it was hard to notice, but it was extremely important to Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan wanted to use this piece to find the world tree of the immortal realm. Great soul go? Feng Yinyang waved the black banner, and Yan Chuan's soul suddenly split into 200 pieces. They shot into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Boom! Xianying Palace regained its peace. ZZ looked at Yan Chuan worriedly. Feng Yinyang said, "Don't worry, Empress. His Majesty has already instructed me to guard His Majesty for this period of time. If anything happens to His Majesty, I'll immediately wake His Majesty up." ZZ nodded. 200 pieces of soul rushed into the immortal realm and quickly scattered in all directions. 199 of them were used for cultivation like last time. Only one of them was wrapped in a verdant light and quickly traveled through the immortal realm. The most wondrous thing about the dream of heavenly secrets was its speed. It seemed to cross through space and appeared in the depths of the immortal realm in the blink of an eye. Yan Chuan also sensed that he'd suddenly possessed a man's body. "Oh, wake up," a voice called out. With a start, Yan Chuan immediately woke up. He saw a dark-skinned old man with a face full of wrinkles. Immortal? Yan Chuan's expression changed. He knew he'd possessed a mortal this time. "Zheng are you feeling better now?" the old man asked with concern. Yan Chuan nodded. He did his best to hide the changes. "Sigh, Zheng, don't even think about it. People like us aren't allowed to cultivate. No matter how good our constitution or talent is, we're not allowed to cultivate. You offended the immortals this time and were knocked unconscious. Next time, Sai, don't let there be a next time. Second uncle is old and can't take care of you for much longer," the old man advised. "Not allowed to cultivate?" Yan Chuan frowned and asked doubtfully. "Your parents were just like you back then. They were too stupid and wanted to escape from this area. But how could they escape? The immortals are guarding this place. How can we, mortals, fight against them? Why do the immortals have to watch over us mortals?" Yan Chuan didn't understand. "You don't remember?" The old man was surprised. "My head hurts a little. I seem to have forgotten something. Tell me." "Sigh, all right. I heard it from my father, your grandfather, when he was still alive. Do you know the giant tree to the east of us? I think it's called the World Tree. The immortals are very protective of it." "World Tree?" Yan Chuan's expression changed. He knew he'd come to the right place. The World Tree. Those immortals don't know how to take care of it. So after they surrounded it, they tried their best not to let anyone destroy it. The creatures inside also lived as usual. No one was allowed to disturb them. But your grandfather guessed that the immortals were worried about destroying the environment and causing the World Tree to die. After all, it was rumored that the World Tree had a period of time where it almost withered. Now, no one dares to act rashly. We're not allowed to move our lives here. Maybe our corpses will become fertilizer for the World Tree. Maybe it won't. But the immortals don't dare to gamble. Zheng, don't provoke those immortals anymore. Live well. In the future, I'll find you a wife. Although the immortals are high and mighty, no one dares to attack us for fear of destroying the growth of the World Tree. Just be immortal in peace." The old man sighed. Yan Chuan nodded and said, "I know. It's great that you can think it through. If there's anything, come to second uncle's house. Second uncle will help you," the old man said. But after sending the old man away, Yan Chuan also looked around. The person possessed this time had parents who died early. He was immortal, but this was for the best. Yan Chuan didn't have to worry too much about the secular world. Walking out of his small yard, Yan Chuan looked to the east. There was a huge shadow. It was a giant tree. "World Tree?" Yan Xuan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the towering tree. The world tree? It's about 10,000 feet tall. A tree that's 10,000 feet tall? Wait, this is a cypress tree? The world tree is a cypress tree? Yan Xuan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. After looking for a while, Yan Xuan made a decision. Back in the house, Yan Xuan quickly prepared some dry food. Carrying a machete, he walked towards the world tree. One man and one machete walked towards the world tree in the distance. At the same time, on a mountain not far away, two old men in Taoist robes, one in red and one in white, were playing chess at the top of the mountain. What's that mortal doing? The old man in red asked curiously. Isn't that young man the one who wanted to be your disciple some time ago? The old man in white suddenly laughed. Indeed, it's him. But I sent him back. Hasn't he given up yet? The old man in red was confused. That young man seems to be going to the world tree. Indeed, we can't let him go. Can't let him go? No, you can't stop him. What if he hurts the world tree? How can a mortal like him hurt it? The world tree has lost more than half of its vitality. No one knows how to maintain it. What if the young man is summoned by the world tree? If you stop him, what if the world tree dies? You won't be able to absolve yourself of the blame. All the sects have given orders. No one is to disturb the ecology of this place. No matter what happens, no change. Our role as immortal guards is not to interfere with the inside, but to prevent anyone from outside from causing trouble. Are you saying that I hit the wrong young man that day? The old man in red frowned. The old man in white nodded. Strictly speaking, you did make a mistake. The people here have their own lives. Even if they come to be disciples, we just have to avoid them. We must not interfere. The old man in red frowned but did not refute. Chapter 1024. Although Yan Xuan's whereabouts were discovered by the two immortals, they did not stop him. Although they encountered a large number of wild beasts along the way, Yan Xuan was not the young boy before him. With a few tricks, he made the beasts retreat. The two immortals, one red and one white, looked at Yan Xuan in the distance in surprise. The wild boar, bear, tiger, leopard, and wolf along the way were all driven away by a young boy who had never cultivated before. He had even used his weak mortal strength to kill a leopard. His journey was so smooth. The two immortals looked at this scene in astonishment. At the same time, they paid more attention to the young boy. Yan Xuan walked all the way to the giant tree. After 3 months, he finally reached the foot of the giant tree. The giant tree covered the sky. Standing under the giant tree, he was like an ant. The trunk of the giant tree in front of him was like a giant mountain. However, this giant mountain seemed to be withering. Yan Xuan stood quietly under the giant tree. Yan Xuan's expression was complicated because he felt a sense of familiarity from the giant tree. It was as if there was a voice in the dark telling him to reach out and touch it. This feeling was very kind, even happy. Yan Xuan's expression was complicated. After thinking for a while, he finally reached out to touch the giant tree. What are you doing? Suddenly, an angry shout came from behind him. Yan Xuan paused and turned around. He saw two old men, one red and one white, behind him. The old man in the white robe looked confused, while the old man in the red robe looked angry. Immortals? Yan Xuan asked curiously. Boy, you are not allowed to touch the world tree. Don't you know? The old man in the red robe said coldly. Why not? Yan Xuan said in a low voice. You don't need to know why. You are not allowed to touch the world tree. This is the rule of the world. Otherwise, if the world tree dies, you will not be able to absolve yourself of the blame. The old man in the red robe said coldly. 10,000 deaths are not enough to absolve the blame? Of course, Yan Xuan didn't believe it. The tree of world had given him a very intimate feeling just now. Yan Xuan turned to look at the white-robed elder. The white-robed old man smiled and said, That's right, kid. The world tree is a supreme treasure that protects the world. No one is allowed to touch it. We are here to guard the world tree. But the world tree told me to touch it, Yan Xuan said in a low voice. What? The red-robed elder exclaimed. The white-robed elder also looked at Yan Xuan in surprise. Brat, what did you say? You can communicate with the world tree? The red-robed elder exclaimed. Countless immortals had tried, but they couldn't communicate with the world tree at all. They transferred their life force to the world tree, but the world tree remained indifferent. It gathered the vital energy of heaven and earth, but the world tree continued to wither. This made countless immortals very depressed. This young man could communicate with the tree of world? If that was the case, then wouldn't the world tree be able to get whatever it needed through the young man? I can't touch it? Then forget it. Yen Chuan said indifferently. Don't. The red-robed elder smiled bitterly. Brat, tell us clearly. Did the world tree really tell you to touch it? The white-robed elder asked seriously. It's just letting me sense it. Yen Chuan nodded affirmatively. The two immortals looked at each other and finally nodded. Then kid, try touching it. Yen Chuan nodded and said, no one is allowed to disturb me while I'm touching the world tree. The two immortals were stunned. They had become his guards? After saying that, Yen Chuan ignored the two of them and reached out to touch the tree of world. Buzz. The moment he touched the world tree suddenly shook as if it was trembling with excitement. Swoosh. The world tree shook crazily as if it was happy about something. Buzz. A green energy suddenly rushed into Yen Chuan's soul. Rumble. The world tree shook. At the same time, it crazily extracted nutrients from the ground. Countless plants around the world tree suddenly withered and the ground quickly became desertified. Endless vitality was being extracted. The desert spread into the distance. 1,000 feet, 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 1,000,000 feet. The two immortals looked at this scene blankly as if they were dumbfounded. The ground was becoming desertified? The mission of the two immortals was to ensure that the surrounding ecological environment would not change. But now, the ecological environment was not changing? It had become as bad as a desert. This was a dereliction of duty, a serious dereliction of duty. The sect would definitely blame them. The red-robed elder was about to fly into a rage and push Yen Chuan away, but the white-robed elder pulled him back. Because the white-robed elder found that the world tree was recovering its vitality. That withered part actually sprouted a new shoot. Shoots? The world tree was recovering its vitality? Kid, look at what you've done. The red-robed elder shouted angrily. Don't touch him. Great. The world tree can be saved. The red-robed elder shouted excitedly. What? The red-robed elder also came to his senses. In an instant, the red-robed elder's anger disappeared, and his face was filled with excitement. The world tree can be saved, the white-robed elder said excitedly. The world tree suddenly extracted a large amount of vitality and grew rapidly. As it swayed, the sky suddenly turned blue. Blue light shot into the sky as if it was happy and ecstatic. In the sects near the world tree, countless cultivators suddenly saw the blue light shooting into the sky. A large number of cultivators flew toward the world tree quickly. The changes to the world tree affected the minds of billions of cultivators. A blue energy flowed into Yen Chuan's soul. Yen Chuan looked at this scene in surprise. Yen Chuan could actually feel the world tree's emotions. Cypress? You were on a hunger strike before? Yen Chuan felt this ridiculous fact in shock. The tree was on a hunger strike? This tree was too unique. My soul? Because of my soul, you gave up on your hunger strike? You were happy and excited? Could it be that my soul has something to do with the cypress? Yen Chuan frowned as he pondered. Yen Chuan took in the blue energy for a while and stopped because Yen Chuan knew that he would explode if he took in any more. Letting go of his hand, Yen Chuan looked at the cypress in front of him with a complicated expression. Kid, the red-robed immortal from before said in surprise. Yen Chuan looked around. The ground was deserted, and the leaves of the world tree suddenly became much more lush. The two immortals stared at him with wide eyes. Yen Chuan knew that with such a big commotion, many strong cultivators would definitely come in a while. You two, the world tree just gave me some information, but I don't understand it. Please tell me. Yen Chuan said. Oh. The two were surprised. Information from the world tree? You too, do you know the Lotus God? Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Lotus God? The red-robed elder immediately exclaimed. Oh! Yan Chuan was surprised. The people in front of him knew the lotus god? That's great. No wonder, no wonder. The white-robed elder nodded. Who's the lotus god? Yan Chuan asked again. The two said bitterly, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. But since you asked, I'll tell you. The lotus god is the most powerful demon, the most powerful demon. Heaven is dead, and the heavenly Tao collapsed. Although he didn't do it himself, heaven's death was completely planned by him. The collapse of the heavenly Tao was also caused by him. He can't die. Lotus god? Killed heaven? Collapse the heavenly Tao? Yan Chuan gaped in shock. He had thought that the lotus god was just a powerful immortal in the immortal world. But no matter how powerful an immortal was, could he kill heaven? Could he collapse the heavenly Tao? The two immortals nodded solemnly. Yan Chuan. Mohina Dojin had the lotus god's help. How could he fight him? How does the lotus god compare to goddess Xiqin? Yan Chuan asked again. In ancient times, goddess Xiqin was one of the strongest in the world, but she was far from comparable to the lotus god. The lotus god? He's not human. Our world was almost destroyed by him. The world tree was also killed by him. No wonder he couldn't forget about the lotus god. The white-robed elder smiled bitterly. Then is there anyone in this world who can fight against the lotus god? Yan Chuan asked expectantly. Unless the world can give birth to a transcendent, someone who can live forever like him. Otherwise, if he comes, our world will be destroyed. The white-robed elder smiled bitterly. Yan Chuan. What was going on? Was the lotus god that terrifying? Then why didn't the lotus god come? Yan Chuan asked curiously. The two immortals looked at each other and shook their heads. We don't know. Ha! Yan Chuan was stunned. That's all we know. The great calamity of ancient times, the death of the heavens, and the collapse of the heavenly Tao were all planned by the lotus god. As for the lack of news about the lotus god, we don't know why. The white-robed elder shook his head. Yan Chuan. By the way, do you know what happened to the world tree? The two immortals immediately asked Yan Chuan. The world tree? You don't have to worry about it in the future. Give it enough vitality and it can absorb it. And me, the world tree gave me information that might erase a part of my memory. If the two of you have time in the future, please take care of me. Yan Chuan sighed. As he spoke, Yan Chuan's body trembled and his soul left his body. He used the dream of heaven's secret poison to quickly leave and disappear into the distance. As for the young man who was possessed by Yan Chuan, he quivered and his eyes became numb. Kid, are you okay? The red-robed elder called out. The young man slowly regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he saw the two immortals. Immortals? You're an immortal and you're willing to accept me as your disciple? That's great, I'll count it a master. The young man immediately knelt and stood up. Thump, 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 thump. Red-robed immortal? White-robed immortal? The two immortals were petrified. The young man's memory was erased by the world tree? So fast? A white light landed in front of them. It was a golden-haired man. Disciple, what happened just now? The golden-haired man asked anxiously. I don't know. The two immortals said blankly. What? It's him, this young man. The red-robed immortal said immediately. This young man? What did he do? I don't know. The two immortals asked again. The golden-haired man was depressed. Were these two disciples stupid? The two immortals were also speechless. Everything happened too fast. How could they explain it? Chapter 1025. 10 years later. Dezhao Holy Ground. Dezhao Hall. Father, your child's cultivation is at the lower void realm, and I can't go any further. Please use the myriad wonders bewitching lotus to help me. Yang Zigu pleaded. Mohina Dojin looked at Yang Zigu, and his eyes narrowed. He shook his head and said, No, I can find you any heavenly treasure you want, but you can't touch the myriad wonders bewitching lotus. Do you want to be like the others? Yang Zigu's face changed. I don't want to be like them, a puppet without my own thoughts. But, Father, aren't you fine? Because I control the myriad wonders bewitching lotus, Mohina Dojin said solemnly. Hearing Mohina Dojin's words, Yangzigu felt dejected. Seeing Yangzigu's dejection, Mohina Dojin's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Yangzigu retreated, and Mohina Dojin looked at Yangzigu's back. His eyes narrowed. 9 physiques, the number of suns. In 361 years, you will be able to connect to the sun's energy. Soon, 361 years? It's almost there. Mohina Dojin sneered. Yangzigu left the Dazhao hall, but Yangzigu soon returned with a Dazhao holy ground disciple. Holy Lord, it's not good. The disciple shouted. What's wrong? Mohina Dojin asked solemnly. Holy Lord, the great Jin Empire is attacking the various sections. This disciple just received news that 2 Middle Realm sects were crushed by the great Jin Empire, and 1 Middle Realm sect has chosen to submit. The disciple said worriedly, 3 more sects? 3 more? Father, the great Jin Empire is too fast. How many sects are there in the East Divine Continent? Does it really want to unify the East Divine Continent? Yangzigu exclaimed. Father, in the East Divine Continent, there are only the Dazhao Holy Ground, the Julu Academy, the Great Jin Imperial Dynasty, and 6 middle sects left. The Great Jin Imperial Dynasty is constantly fighting. Will it advance to the Celestial Empire? Yangzigu asked worriedly. Father, do you still remember the news from 3 months ago? During the invasion of the Southern Divine Continent, they encountered an ancient sect, the Nether Cave sect. They originally thought that it was just a mid-tier sect, but they didn't expect that the Nether Cave sect was hiding an immortal Nether Cave. Immortal Netherhole charged into the Great Nightmare Celestial Dynasty, but he was crushed by King Netherguy with the might of the Great Nightmare Celestial Dynasty. Yangzigu recalled, those are immortals. Father, once Dejin ascends to the Celestial Empire, will it be the same and be able to resist immortals? Then we won't be able to do anything to him. Yangzigu said worriedly. Celestial Empire? Mohina Dojin's eyes narrowed. Father, you have to kill Yen Chuan while he's still growing. Father, killing Yen Chuan is as easy as flipping your hand. Destroying Dejin is also as easy as flipping your hand. You can't let him grow any stronger. Yangzigu said with a savage expression. Mohina Dojin's eyes flashed with a trace of difficulty. He had borrowed the power of the Lotus God, so he could even kill immortals. He didn't need to fear Yen Chuan's celestial empire. However, borrowing that evil power would definitely harm him. The more he borrowed, the greater the damage. Father, Dejin's providence has already reached a terrifying level. Once it completes its ascension, it will be too late. Yangzigu continued to tempt him. Mohina Dojin stood up gently and nodded. That's right. Killing Dejin now is as easy as flipping my hand. Yes, Father. Destroy Yen Chuan. No, it's best if you cripple Yen Chuan's cultivation and hand him over to me. Let me have a taste of him. Yangzigu said with a savage expression. Mohina Dojin looked at Yangzigu and narrowed his eyes. Wait for me to return from Yenjing. It's about time. Chapter 1026. It's time? What time is it? Yangzigu asked blankly. Don't worry and stay in the great Zhao Holy Land. Don't be a burden to me like last time. I'll leave 300 upper void stage evil puppets behind and wait for my return. Mohina Dojin said in a deep voice. 300 upper void stage experts? Father, don't worry. Although these 300 are puppets, they're strong enough. It's just that I'm too careful. Otherwise, they'd be enough to sweep the world. Back then, even Jingting couldn't compare to you. How powerful was the great Zhao Holy Land back then? Yangzigu flattered. Although Mohina Dojin did not dare to criticize Jingting, he still felt very comfortable when he heard Yangzigu's words. Leaving 300 evil puppets to protect Yangzigu, Mohina Dojin led 200 evil puppets into the sky and flew towards Yenjing. The immortal world. Yen Chuan's soul, which was attached to the world tree, left his body and quickly left. He used the dream of heaven's secret art to arrive at an extremely secluded valley. He did not return to Xianyang Palace because once he returned, all of his souls would return together. As for the other souls, Yan Chuan still hoped that they would accumulate birth charts. In the valley, Yan Chuan's soul sat cross-legged, refining the green energy given to him by the world tree. This energy is actually used to nourish souls? Moreover, it's from the same root as me? In fact, Yan Chuan's soul looked at his palm in surprise. A large number of light spots flashed around the soul, surrounding Yan Chuan like stars. Heavenly cycle stellar technique. However, at this moment, the countless light spots were constantly being compressed. From surrounding Yan Chuan's body, they slowly compressed into his palm. Countless stars revolved around Yan Chuan's right palm as though he was holding a galaxy. The stars revolved around his palm, looking extremely mysterious. Universe in the palm? I finally mastered it? Back then, the two techniques that appeared in his dream were the dream of heaven's secrets and this universe in the palm. Although there is only one galaxy in my palm, it is much more powerful than the heavenly cycle stellar art. Yan Chuan's soul sighed as he looked at the galaxy in his palm. World tree? Cypress? There will be a day when I will come back. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with determination. West Divine Continent, Confucius Academy. Kong Daoqiu stared at a small mountain pass in the Confucius Lu Academy. He stood respectfully. Old ancestor, Daoqiu heard correctly. Mohina Dojin did shout Lotus God that day. Kong Daoqiu said solemnly. Lotus God. A dignified shout came from the valley. Kong Daoqiu nodded. Yes, Daoqiu definitely didn't mishear. I once heard the patriarch casually mention this person. Therefore, when Daoqiu fought with him, we immediately separated and didn't continue to tangle with him. The Lotus God has reappeared? He's connected to this world again? A surprised voice came from the valley. This was the first time Kong Daoqiu had heard the patriarch speak in such a surprised tone. Old ancestor, is this Lotus God very strong? Kong Daoqiu asked in surprise. Strong more than strong. A bitter laugh came from the valley. Kong Daoqiu was stunned. This was the first time he had heard the patriarch speak in such a depressed tone. Fortunately, the Lotus God has only established a connection and bewitched the puppet Mohina Dojin. Although it is powerful, it is still within a controllable range. A relieved voice came from the valley. Kong Daoqiu looked at the valley in surprise. Daoqiu! The patriarch called. Daoqiu is here. Send the news to the Archaean sect, the Celestial Arcanum sect, the Great Tragedy Dynasty, the Julu Academy, the Dugu family, and other sects that have connections to the immortal realm. They all know the terror of the Lotus God. Then, join forces to encircle and annihilate Mohina Dojin and completely destroy the demon Lotus. The patriarch said seriously. Chapter 1027. Kong Daoqiu was stunned. Did the old ancestor mean to gather the strength of the entire world to destroy Mohina Dojin? Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? Is Mohina Dojin really that strong? Kong Daoqiu was shocked. It's not Mohina Dojin that's strong. Who does he think he is? The main reason is because of the Lotus God. As long as the Lotus God puppets remain, if you return without success, I will send the news to the immortal world. At that time, 10,000 immortals will descend upon this world. The old ancestor sighed. Kong Daoqiu was stunned for a while, but he nodded seriously in the end. Yes. Under Kong Daoqiu's arrangements, the news quickly spread to all corners of the world. Southern Divine Continent, Great Calamity Dynasty. A messenger stood in front of King Guai. King Guai opened the letter. He skimmed through it. Lotus God. King Guai immediately exclaimed. Middle Divine Continent, Archaean sects, Sacred Grounds. A messenger also stood in front of Meng Sansheng. After opening the letter, Meng Sansheng carefully skimmed through it. Gradually, Meng Sansheng's expression turned serious. Lotus God? Lotus God? Go back and tell Kong Daoqiu that the Archaean sect's Sacred Grounds will come. Meng Sansheng shouted. Yes. East Divine Continent, Julu Academy. Meng Ling Tian looked at Kong Daoqiu's letter, confused. Beside Meng Ling Tian was another white-robed elder. The white-robed elder took the letter from Meng Ling Tian. His initial curiosity gradually turned into a solemn expression. Something big is going to happen. The myriad wonders demonic lotus is actually a chess piece of the lotus god? The white-robed elder's expression changed. North Divine Continent, Archaean Sect. Yun Xian was discussing something with Ju. Ever since she chose Ju, she wholeheartedly planned for him. At this moment, an elder entered the hall with a Confucian scholar. Junior brother, why are you here? Yun Xian asked curiously. Senior brother, this is Kong Daochio's messenger. Kong Daochio sent this letter. We actually didn't notice it that day. We almost caused a disaster. The elder lamented. Yun Xian took the letter and read it. As she read, her expression changed drastically. Ju took it and read it as well. What's wrong? Ju curiously. Lotus God? It was actually Lotus God? Go and report to Kong Daochio. The Archaic Mysteries sect will definitely participate. Yun Xian said solemnly. Yes. The Confucian scholar nodded and retreated. Lotus God? Who is this person? It actually made your face change color like this? Ju said gravely. If the Lotus Goddess doesn't leave, the world won't be at peace. Yun Xian smiled bitterly. You mean to go to the Dazhao Holy Land together and kill the Lotus God that is the puppet Mohina Dojin? You asked curiously. Exterminate? Don't joke around, Your Majesty. We're already extremely fortunate to be able to chase away its attention. It can't be killed. It's immortal. It's invincible. It's invincible. It's invincible even in the Immortal's world. Yun Xian smiled bitterly. Invincible even in the Immortal world? How could there be such a person? Ju was surprised. He was the one who killed the heavens. He was the one who collapsed the heavenly laws. How can he not be powerful? Yun Xian smiled bitterly. Ju. Like Yen Chuan, Ju was stunned. Someone who killed heaven? This wasn't just heaven-defying, it was practically destroying the heavens. The heroes of the world moved as soon as they heard the news. At this moment, Mohina Dojin led 200 evil youths to Yanjing City. Everyone landed on the peak of a mountain. 200 evil youths. That was 200 upper void realm cultivators. Mohina Dojin's strength could affect the heroes of the world. Naturally, his strength was even more monstrous. At this moment, Mohina Dojin led a group of evil youths and looked around Yanjing with killing intent. Chapter 1028. Feng Yinyang's reincarnation. Pool. Mohina Dojin and his 200 Xieyu stared coldly at Yanjing. Although the Xieyu did not have much self-awareness, their strength was at the first stage of the upper void stage. If the Great Jin sect was just an ordinary middle-level sect, it would have ended up like Ning Chui Palace back then. There was no second possibility. Mohina Dojin landed on the peak of the mountain and scanned Yanjing. Yen Chuan, come out. Mohina Dojin shouted. Boom. His voice was like a thunderclap that spread throughout Yanjing. Countless citizens stopped what they were doing and turned to look towards the south. The golden dragon of Dajin's providence roared. It grabbed the Sea of Providence and looked coldly at Mohina Dojin. Bai Ditian raised his eyebrows and walked out of the Tiger God Temple. Yi Feng and Lu Gang also walked out and looked into the distance with solemn expressions. They turned around and headed straight for the Skyward Palace. As for Hua Guang, Jin Deyu, and the others, they were not in Yanjing. Purplish stepped out of the Skyward Hall with Miao Miao in tow. Empress, it's Mohina Dojin and 200 upper void stage puppets. Yi Feng looked terrible. Miao. Miao looked into the distance. I'll call His Majesty, Zizi said. With that, Zizi headed straight for Xianying Palace. Bai Ditian, on the other hand, quickly flew to the Skyward Palace. Yen Chuan was not there, so Bai Ditian stood in front of him. Mohina Dojin? What are you doing here? Bai Ditian asked in a low voice. In the distance, Mohina Dojin sneered. Bai Ditian, get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. Haha, don't you remember that time at the Archaic Mysteries sect? Didn't you still lose? Bai Ditian tried to stall for time. Defeated? Just because of Yen Chuan? Mohina Dojin said disdainfully. Mohina Dojin could also tell that Bai Ditian was stalling for time. However, Mohina Dojin did not mind and was even willing to cooperate with Bai Ditian. This was because Mohina Dojin wanted to wait for Yen Chuan to appear. Xianying Palace. ZZ rushed over with meow. Empress. Feng Yinyang said respectfully. The matter of the morning is no small matter. I must wake His Majesty up. ZZ said. In front of outsiders, ZZ still had to protect Yen Chuan's dignity, so she also addressed him as Your Majesty. Feng Yinyang nodded and said, this subject will hold back Mohina Dojin. Empress, wake up His Majesty. His Majesty might need some time to get used to his body after waking up. Empress, you don't have to worry about me. ZZ nodded. Feng Yinyang strode out of the Xianyang Palace. Quang. The doors of the Xianyang Palace slammed shut. Souls, return. According to Yen Chuan's instructions before he left, ZZ used the black banner and shouted. The Yin Qi in the entire Xianyang Palace roared. Surrounded by the rolling Yin Qi, Yen Chuan's aura was released. Rumble. After the coffin trembled, it seemed to form a huge suction force. In the blink of an eye, Yen Chuan's soul shot down and entered Yen Chuan's body. Another 2 souls returned. The souls returned one by one. In just 5 minutes, all 200 souls had entered Jiang Yi's body. Yen Chuan opened his eyes. He was slightly startled, as if he was sorting through 200 memories. With the Xianyang Palace closed, nothing from the outside world could enter. After a while, Yen Chuan slowly woke up. Meow. Yen Chuan, Mohina Dojin is here. Meow immediately jumped onto Yen Chuan's shoulder. Chapter 1029. Yen Chuan smiled faintly and said, it's fine, let me raise my cultivation first. As he spoke, Yen Chuan flipped his hand and took out a huge high-grade spirit stone that was as tall as a person. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the energy in the spirit stone was absorbed by Yen Chuan, and it turned into a pile of powder. Meow. My spirit stone. It's so big, but it's gone in the blink of an eye. You wastrel. Meow immediately began to jiaohu. This was not an ordinary spirit stone. It was a high-grade spirit stone. It was gone in the blink of an eye? Yen Chuan ignored Meow Meow and continued to absorb the spirit stone. Countless amounts of energy quickly entered his body. Piles of powder appeared. It was as though a knife was cutting off Meow's flesh. Meow immediately bared her fangs and brandished her claws. My spirit stone. My spirit stone. Meow cried out bitterly. Meow Meow. ZZ hugged the crazed Meow Meow. ZZ smiled bitterly and said, Meow, you have so many spirit stones every day. It's not enough for you to eat. Meow gradually regained her senses. Meow. I forgot. However, Yen Chuan really doesn't treat spirit stones as spirit stones. I can't stand it anymore. ZZ was amused by Meow Meow. With 200 souls cultivating in the celestial realm, Yen Chuan's strength was also rising rapidly. 3rd level upper void stage. 4th level upper void stage. At the entrance of Skyward Hall. While Bai Ditian was stalling for time, Feng Yinyang slowly walked to the square of Skyward Hall. Feng Yinyang called out, Exalt Bai. Feng Yinyang smiled and said, Your Majesty might have to wait for a while. Right now, Your Majesty might not have to make a move. Why don't we join forces? Bai Ditian looked at Feng Yinyang in shock. Bai Ditian knew about Feng Yinyang's strength, but Mohina Dojin had 200 upper void stage martial artists under his command. Feng Yinyang smiled and turned to look at Mohina Dojin. Mohina Dojin narrowed his eyes. Feng Yinyang? Mohina Dojin, if you want to see His Majesty, it depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Feng Yinyang said lightly. Oh. Mohina Dojin said disdainfully. With me, Mohina Dojin, what do you think? Feng Yinyang said lightly. Mohina Dojin sneered and said, Your words reminded me that Yen Chuan is a coward. I'll kill his important officials and see if he still comes out. Go, raise Yen Jing to the ground and kill everyone in the Chaotian Palace Square. Mohina Dojin said coldly. The 200 evil Qi replied immediately. Ghost Valley Maze. Feng Yinyang said lightly. Buzz. In an instant, Yen Jing was covered in fog. It protected the people of Yen Jing just like when they were facing Kong Mok. It even formed a huge maze, separating all the evil chi that had rushed inside and making them lose themselves in the fog. Lord Bai, with this jade talisman, you can enter and exit the maze as you wish. Although these 200 people are strong, they are separated by my formation. I'll have to rely on you to kill them one by one. Feng Yinyang said as he handed over a jade talisman. That's not a problem. However, that Mohina Dojin is not simple. Bai Ditian said worriedly. Leave it to me. Feng Yinyang said firmly. Alright. Bai Ditian nodded as he rushed forward. Feng Yinyang, on the other hand, took a step forward and a huge circular pool appeared beneath his feet. Reincarnation pool? Lu Jin, who was not far away, was surprised. Buzz. A ripple appeared in the reincarnation pool, and a skeleton with a powerful aura slowly emerged from within. Chapter 1030. This immortal is about to reincarnate. Who dares to disturb this immortal's reincarnation? The skeleton's voice was muddled as it shouted angrily. It's him, Mohina Dojin. Feng Yinyang pointed at Mohina Dojin, who was outside the formation. Outside, Mohina Dojin did not see the reincarnated immortal that Feng Yinyang had grabbed from the reincarnation pool. Instead, he only saw the fog enveloping his subordinates. Bastard! Mohina Dojin's eyes flashed with anger. This maze formation's power was average, but its hallucination effect was extremely powerful. His 200 subordinates were trapped in the formation in the blink of an eye. Die! Bai Ditian's angry roar came from within the formation. Roar! An evil chi roared. Boom! 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 The two powerhouses began to fight each other. One was at the first level of the upper void stage, while the other was at the 10th level of the upper void stage. Although they were able to resist for a while, they were no match for Bai Ditian. Bam! With a miserable shriek, the evil centipede exploded with a loud bang. Although he could not see what was inside, Mohina Dojin immediately analyzed the situation through the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. You want to kill my evil chi? Mohina Dojin was enraged. Mohina Dojin reached out and struck the formation with his palm. Boom! The maze formation shook, but it did not break. Obviously, Mohina Dojin's raw power was not enough. However, the maze formation shook, and it seemed like it was not far away. Mohina Dojin's eyes flashed with a cold light. Buzz! The 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus suddenly appeared above his head, and a black energy quickly entered Mohina Dojin's body. Bush! Mohina Dojin's body instantly turned pitch black, and an extremely evil aura surged from his body. His strength suddenly skyrocketed. Mohina Dojin believed that with his current strength, he could completely destroy the formation. Break for me! Mohina Dojin roared. He slammed his palm toward the formation. A massive palm energy materialized in the void. It shook and created a rolling storm as it charged toward the Ghost Valley maze. Under the giant palm, the people of Beijing all felt a monstrous pressure. Just as the giant palm was about to hit the formation, a pale white skeletal palm suddenly emerged from within the white fog formation and collided with Mohina Dojin's giant palm. Boom! The huge impact was like thunder from the 9 heavens, causing the ears of countless people to ring. Mohina Dojin was not only unable to break out of the formation, but was also sent flying by the claw, a distance of 1,000 zhang. Who? After stabilizing himself, Mohina Dojin's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? The power of a human immortal? Is this the power of a human immortal? Within the formation, a 3-man tall skeleton slowly flew out. The 2 eyes of the skeleton were emitting a dark blue light of hatred. Stop me from reincarnating. I will kill you. The skeleton roared toward the sky. Violent energy surged toward Mohina Dojin. Mohina Dojin's expression changed. He knew that he had underestimated the strength of the guards of Beijing. Lotus God, lend me your power. Mohina Dojin roared again. Buzz! The 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus suddenly spun. Waves of black energy quickly entered Mohina Dojin's body. Crack, crack. A pair of giant horns suddenly grew on Mohina Dojin's head. The evil chi on Mohina Dojin's body surged again. At this moment, Mohina Dojin's energy was no weaker than that of the skeleton Immortal. With a ferocious face, Mohina Dojin said coldly, "Immortal? So what? I'll still destroy your body and soul." Chapter 1031. Beside the reincarnation pool, Feng Yinyang was panting heavily. His hands were trembling as sweat dripped down his forehead. It was not easy to capture an immortal from the reincarnation passage. Back then, the grave ghost fire had sacrificed its lifespan to capture an immortal. The strongest immortal that the grave ghost fire had captured was only a Xian immortal. Feng Yinyang had already reached his limit by capturing a mortal immortal. At least at this moment, that was the limit of Feng Yinyang. In the maze of the Ghost Valley, Bai Ditian was killing Xieyu. Even though Xieyu was not as strong as Bai Ditian, it was still an upper void realm cultivator. How could it be so easy to kill? The battle continued. In the sky, the mortal immortal skeleton was fighting against the second-level demonic Mohina Dojin. After the second demonic transformation, Mohina Dojin grew a pair of horns on his head. Every move he made could bring about a vast storm. "You dare to disturb my reincarnation? You're the one who's going to die, Lianhua." In the storm, Mohina Dojin was fighting the immortal alone. Under the huge impact, sand and stones flew everywhere. Outside Yanjing, the people were in a terrible situation. Smoke and dust rose into the sky. The two experts clashed again and again, creating a series of loud sounds that shook people's souls. Boom, boom. In the distance, countless people who were not on the battlefield trembled in fear when they heard the sound. On the reincarnation pool, Feng Yinyang's face turned ugly. Others could not see the battlefield, but Feng Yinyang could see what was going on through the immortal. The second-level demonic Mohina Dojin was too strong. Even the mortal immortal skeleton was suppressed by Mohina Dojin. At this moment, a large number of cracks appeared on the skeleton's body. The mortal immortal skeleton roared. Mohina Dojin's face was hideous. Boom. The left arm of the human immortal skeleton exploded into pieces. The human immortal skeleton let out a miserable cry. Right arm shatter. Mohina Dojin's voice was still ferocious. At the same time, an evil fist came crashing down. The right arm of the human immortal skeleton exploded once again. The worldly immortal skeleton who had lost both of its arms suddenly glared at Mohina Dojin. "Those who humiliate me die." The human immortal skeleton also seemed to have gone mad. Its dark blue eyes suddenly turned blood red. He rushed towards Mohina Dojin. Mohina Dojin snorted coldly and punched the skeleton's chest with his right fist. A single punch had shattered the skeleton's chest. However, the skeleton did not move. Instead, it wrapped its legs around Mohina Dojin. "Kaka, let's die together." Hong. The human immortal realm skeleton exploded. The huge impact instantly flattened the surrounding mountains and rivers. At the location of the explosion, it was as if the void had collapsed. Endless chaotic airflow flowed rapidly. Everywhere it passed, all living things were destroyed. The lake and sea evaporated. Under the impact, even the Ghost Valley maze rippled. Feng Yinyang looked into the distance with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The self-explosion of an immortal? Although it was the lowest level of the human immortal, the power of the self-explosion was not something that mortals could withstand. Even an immortal would be seriously injured. Rumble. Under Feng Yinyang's expectant gaze, the void in the distance slowly calmed down. The clouds within thousands of miles dispersed and gradually revealed a black figure. "He's not dead?" Feng Yinyang's face darkened. It was Mohina Dojin. Mohina Dojin's clothes were mostly torn. More than half of his left arm was broken and bleeding. However, Mohina Dojin seemed to be even more furious. Chapter 1032. Roar. Tao Lord Fury Sun let out a loud roar, causing another series of explosions to ring out in the surroundings. Rumble. 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 Bastard, all of you must die. Mohina Dojin roared with hatred. Mohina Dojin reached out his hand and struck at the Ghost Valley's maze formation. Boom. The entire Yanjin shook under his attack. Boom. The Ghost Valley's maze formation shattered. Suddenly, Xie Yu and Bai Ditian were exposed. Bai Ditian had already killed 100 Xie Yu, and another 100 had escaped. He was furious. Roar. Mohina Dojin led the Xie Yu, and their evil aura soared into the sky. The entire southern sky seemed to be dyed black by this angry evil aura. The powerful aura made even Bai Ditian's expression change drastically. Mr. Feng, can you summon another immortal? Lu Jin asked anxiously. Feng Yinyang smiled bitterly and said, summoning one immortal is already my limit. Then what should we do? Lu Jin asked worriedly. Feng Yinyang closed his eyes as if he was making an important decision. I'll stop Maori. Feng Yinyang, you take care of those puppets. Bai Ditian said solemnly. No, let me do it. With my lifespan, I'll try summoning one more time. Feng Yinyang said bitterly. Just as Feng Yinyang was about to summon the reincarnated immortal, Mohina Dojin suddenly charged at him from afar. Yanjin? Destroy. A black ball of light suddenly appeared in Mohina Dojin's palm and smashed towards Yanjin. The moment the ball of light appeared, it was like a black hole that swallowed everything. The wind and sand were instantly sucked into the ball of light. It was as if Yanjin had been swallowed by the ball of light when it landed on it. Help! Many civilians were suddenly sucked into the air by the ball of light. The nine-clawed golden dragon suddenly roared, and its dragon head slammed into the ground. Boom! The nine-clawed golden dragon crashed into the black ball of light. Countless civilians were saved and fell from the sky. Your Majesty, save me. For a moment, the people of Beijing were screaming. Many of the injured people were crying. After the nine-clawed golden dragon broke through the black ball, it landed on the Sea of Providence again. When the nine-clawed golden dragon moved, everyone understood that Yan Chuan had made his move. Many people hovered in the air, turning their heads to look in the direction of the palace of Xianying. Xianying Palace. Yan Chuan, in a black dragon royal robe, stood coldly at the entrance of the palace of Xianying. Zizi was standing behind him, holding Miao in her arms. Yan Chuan looked coldly at Mohina Dojin in the distance. Yan Chuan? You finally came out. You should be satisfied that everyone in Beijing will die with you. Mohina Dojin roared. Under Mohina Dojin's command, 100 evil chi rushed towards Beijing under Mohina Dojin's command. Outside the palace of Xianying, Yan Chuan suddenly snorted. Yan Chuan suddenly reached out his right hand, and there seemed to be a strong suction force on his right hand. Bush, bush, bush. The 100 evil chi couldn't resist at all. In an instant, they were sucked into Yan Chuan's palm. Yan Chuan's palm was like a world, no, a galaxy. In Yan Chuan's palm was a compressed galaxy. 100 evil chi were sucked into the galaxy in an instant, and they were lost in it. Stop pretending. Mohina Dojin charged towards Yan Chuan in disbelief. Universe in the palm. Yan Chuan said coldly. Chapter 1033. Rumble. Countless stars instantly surrounded Mohina Dojin. With an extremely strong force, Mohina Dojin was sucked into Yan Chuan's palm. Around Yan Chuan's palm, a few stars floated, but most of them were in the center of his palm. Mohina Dojin and 100 evil puppets were all sucked into the universe in the palm. Feng Yinyang, Bai Ditian, Lu Jin, Yi Feng, and the rest were all stunned as they watched this scene. Is this real? Bastard, where is this? Let me out. Mohina Dojin's Jiaohu voice came from the center of his palm. Yan Chuan looked coldly at his palm and urged the stars to revolve quickly. Whoosh, whoosh. The stars of an entire galaxy revolved, producing an extremely terrifying strangling force. Rumble. As the strangling power skyrocketed, Dao Lord Maelstrom instantly felt a crushing force pressing down on him from all directions. An evil puppet in the distance screamed as its body changed shape. Bam! One of the evil puppets exploded. Bam! Bam! One by one, evil puppets exploded as they were squeezed by the power of the stars. Yan Chuan extracted the evil aura. The Jade Emperor's sword suddenly flew out and quickly extracted the evil aura. It seemed to be enjoying it as it trembled slightly. 100 evil puppets were killed in the blink of an eye. They were all destroyed. Only Mohina Dojin was left in the universe in the palm. Bastard, bastard! Mohina Dojin screamed and waved his fists around. However, there was no opponent in the universe in the palm. His fists seemed to hit the air. However, the killing force of the stars was not affected. It ruthlessly twisted Mohina Dojin. Could he only take the hits? No. Yen Chuan, let me out. Do you dare to fight me fair and square? Mohina Dojin exclaimed. This is what being upright means. Yen Chuan said coldly. Ka. The strangling power of an entire galaxy quickly acted on Mohina Dojin's body. Mohina Dojin's strong body began to crack. Yen Chuan stared at his palm. The universe in the palm was too powerful. Yen Chuan even wondered how much he had achieved in his previous life. How could a universe in the palm force Mohina Dojin into such a state? And this was just one galaxy. If there were tens of thousands of galaxies, how terrifying would it be? Rumble. No! Mohina Dojin screamed. However, Yen Chuan did not care about Mohina Dojin. He stared coldly at his palm and watched the strangling. Boom! Dao Monarch Black Sun exploded with a loud bang. His physical body was instantly torn apart. A large amount of evil chi surged out and was absorbed by the Jade Emperor sword. However, there was still something inside. It was a black lotus. The 10,000 Wonders Demonic Lotus. The 10,000 Wonders Demonic Lotus was still fine? Boom! The 10,000 Wonders Demonic Lotus suddenly emitted a black light and rushed out of Yen Chuan's universe in the palm. Yen Chuan's face changed and he slashed with the Jade Emperor sword. However, the 10,000 Wonders Demonic Lotus was too fast. It instantly shot into the sky and shot towards the north. Yen Chuan, I will be back. I will be back for revenge. Mohina Dojin's voice came from the sky. Miao Yen Chuan, you are so powerful. Miao exclaimed. You only destroyed Mohina Dojin's body. The Lotus God is indeed powerful. Even under such circumstances, it could still escape with Mohina Dojin's soul. Yen Chuan frowned and said in a low voice. At this moment, Feng Yinyang by Di Tian and the others also rushed to Yen Chuan. Seeing the stars on Yen Chuan's right hand slowly dissipate, everyone fell silent. It was obvious that they had been defeated by Yen Chuan's universe in the palm. Chapter 1034. Boom! In the Great Jin Empire, the Sea of Providence clouds surged violently. Following that, surging Providence rapidly converged towards Dejin. Roar! The Golden Dragon of Providence let out an excited roar. Your Majesty, is the increase in Dejin's providence caused by the destruction of Mao Ri's body? Di Feng asked in shock. Yen Chuan nodded and said, that's right. Mao Ri is the sacred lord of Dezhou. In terms of momentum, the defeat this time caused the Dazhao sacred ground to suffer a great loss. The loss of merit was seized by me, Zhao. Your Majesty, I've attained great fortune and have already reached this level. When can I ascend to the Celestial Empire? Yi Feng asked again. Nations are different from sections. Sects are blessed by heaven, while nations are forbidden by heaven. Once a nation reaches the state of Emperor Dynasty, if it wants to advance further, it has to defeat sects of the same level and take their karmic rank. Only then can it advance further. Yen Chuan said seriously. In other words, we must flatten the Great Zhao Holy Land before our Great Jin can advance to the Celestial Empire? Yi Feng said solemnly. Yen Chuan nodded. Yi Feng did not ask about what had just happened, but Bai Ditian and Feng Yinyang stared at Yen Chuan's palm in shock. Your Majesty, did you just kill 100 upper void stage cultivators? And almost killed Mohina Dojin? Feng Yinyang exclaimed. Yen Chuan nodded lightly and said, I had some fortuitous encounters in the immortal world this time. Fortuitous encounter? Everyone was speechless. It had only been 10 years or so, and Yen Chuan already had the power to destroy immortals? This was more than just a fortuitous encounter. Your Majesty, are we going to attack the Great Zhao Holy Land now? Yi Feng asked again. No, let's first take down the surrounding middle rank sections. We can't take down the Great Revelation Holy Land yet. Yen Chuan said solemnly. But how many of the 9 middle sects have you taken in? Yen Chuan asked doubtfully. Reporting to your majesty, 3 of them have already joined our great Shin Empire. 1 more has pledged allegiance in secret and is cooperating with our army. 2 of them are hesitating, while the last 3 are determined not to obey. They even have the determination to fight to the death. Yifeng explained. Choose one of the 3 sects that refuse to comply and make an example out of them. Yen Chuan said with a cold look in his eyes. Yifeng looked at Yen Chuan in surprise and finally said solemnly, yes. Yifeng could tell that Yen Chuan was anxious, but he didn't understand why. However, he still carried it out accurately. Yen Chuan was anxious because Yen Chuan understood more. He couldn't help but feel anxious. Lotus God? It was like a knife hanging over his head. If there had been no news of the Lotus God, it would have been fine, but now the Lotus God had appeared. The Lotus God had rolled back the earth. The myriad wonders demonic lotus was just a prelude. Yen Chuan knew that the immortal world would definitely be swept into a huge storm soon, a storm that would cause all living things to crumble. Yen Chuan had already reincarnated many times. This time, Yen Chuan didn't want to reincarnate. Yen Chuan wanted to quickly inherit all his previous lives and establish himself in the world. The first step was to quickly unify the East Divine Continent. Yen Chuan quickly gave the order. Jin Deyu and Huoguang, who had split up, quickly gathered outside a sect called the Blood Blade Killing Sect. At the peak of the main peak of the Blood Blade Killing Sect, a burly man led a group of disciples covered in blood. Jin Deyu, Huoguang, I, Blood Blade, will never submit to you. I have always been the one to kill. There is no such thing as submitting to others. Come, my blade once slaughtered 80 cities and killed 160 million people. Come at me if you want to die. The leader of the sect said coldly, 160 million? Huoguang showed a trace of disdain. Suddenly, Huoguang's entire body surged with bloodlust. Chapter 1035. Kill. Huoguang ordered. The army charged at the Blood Saber Killing Sect. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The Blood Saber Killing Sect was razed to the ground. The Blood Saber Sect master and 2 million disciples were captured. 2 million people were tied up in a large plaza. Some of the great Jin army collected the corpses while others watched over the prisoners. Huoguang, Jin Deyu, if you dare to touch me, my senior brother will take revenge for me, the Blood Saber Killing Sect master roared. Li Si, Huoguang, and Jin Deyu stood together. Lord Li, in this head-on battle, my great Jin suffered heavy casualties as well. Huoguang said with a frown. Many died this time, but there will be fewer next time. Perhaps we won't have to die. Li Si said with a faint smile. Oh, look around, Li Si said with a smile. Huoguang and Jin Deyu looked around and saw some cultivators hiding in the distant mountains and forests. Are they from the other sects? The disciples of the middle and inferior sects? Huoguang asked with an excited expression. Li Si nodded. Kill all of these 2 million prisoners. Li Si said seriously. Kill all of them? More than half of them surrendered just now. We were able to take down this sect so quickly because they surrendered. How can we kill these people who surrendered? Huoguang said in shock. Why can't we kill them? Surrender? Why not surrender earlier? Why surrender now? Since His Majesty has given that order, it is clear that His Majesty is very anxious now. We should share His Majesty's burden and make an example out of them. Let's use their deaths as a warning to those sects that are still hesitating. Jin Deyu and Huoguang exchanged glances. Although they were somewhat unwilling, they nodded in the end. Men, kill all of these rebels. Huoguang ordered. Yes. A tsunami of responses answered. The great Jin army immediately moved. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I surrender. Huoguang, I surrender. Don't kill me. The prisoners shouted. However, Huoguang, Jin Deyu, and the others were unmoved. The 2 of them had killed countless people in the world of immortals. When the disciples of the various sects saw how Great Jin was handling things, their eyes went wide. How is that possible? Those people have already surrendered. Why are you still killing them? Great Zhen, you're too cruel. Bao Zhen. Li Si held a green feather fan and stood on the peak of a mountain, coldly looking around. Bao Jin? So what if I'm going to get rich? Even though I'm labeled as cruel, De Zhen want you all to be afraid, everyone to be afraid. Anyone who dares to provoke my Great Zhen sect will not be spared. How dare you resist De Zhen? Wherever De Zhen went, the myriad sects had to submit. Bao Zhen's reputation spread like wildfire after today. For a time, the remaining sects of the East Divine Continent were inexplicably terrified. Timely, the middle-level sects that had secretly submitted to Great Zhen immediately announced their submission to Great Zhen in a high-profile manner. 2 middle-level sects that had been hesitating finally agreed to submit to the Great Zhen Empire. When some of the lower-level sects saw the arrival of Great Zhen's army, their sect leaders led their elders to welcome them with smiles. There were also lower-level sects that rebelled. If they dared to resist, Great Zhen's army would leave no one alive. The speed of Great Zhen's army increased by several times in an instant. Of course, the price was that Great Zhen's reputation was no longer as benevolent and righteous as before. Chapter 1036. It was a lower-level sect. Sect Master, it's not good. Bao Zhen is here. He has already destroyed the lower-level sect in the south. The vanguard will arrive in less than 2 days. A disciple ran into the sect master's hall in terror. His tone was as though he had seen a ghost. When the disciple shouted, the expressions of the elders in the hall changed. Sect Master, Great Zhen's policy has changed. If they do not submit, they will kill the entire sect. No one will be left alive. An elder said with an ugly expression. What should we do? The other elders said anxiously. Should we ask for help from the other sects? Ask for help? They dare to come? Sect leader, let's just submit. The sect master's expression darkened. Bastard, how can my sect submit to Bao Zhen? When the sect master shouted, the elders in the hall all had ugly expressions. At this time, another disciple ran in from outside the hall. Sect Master, it's not good. My sect's disciples are shouting at the foot of the mountain. They are asking Sect Master to submit to Great Zhen. What? The Sect Master's expression changed. Yes, half of the disciples are asking Sect Master to submit. Wherever the ruthless De Zhen passed by, those who did not submit would be massacred. Not a single person was spared. Those who tried to escape would be issued with arrest warrants. Their portraits would be sent out in all directions. Anyone who dared to harbor a criminal would be killed. The entire sect was slaughtered. For a time, the entire East Divine Continent was shrouded in Great Zhen's shadow. Of course, it was another matter for the people of Great Zhen. At this time, Great Zhen advocated the policy of being a saint inside, a king outside. People outside Great Zhen were panicking, but inside Great Zhen, it was peaceful. The policy was even helpful to the people inside. High-level cultivation methods, secret manuals, spells, and Yao arts were continuously provided to the people. As long as they made a certain amount of contributions, Great Zhen would not be stingy with giving heaven-level cultivation methods. With Bao Zhen's reputation, Great Zhen's expansion was many times faster. In the blink of an eye, there were only 2 middle-level sects left resisting. However, these 2 middle-level sects were in chaos because of Great Zhen's brutality. Great Zhen's attitude was that those who resisted would be killed. Even if they surrendered, they would die. Now, many ordinary disciples were panicking and begging their masters to surrender. I don't want to die. There were also many disciples who saw the stubbornness of the sects and quickly fled. For a time, the 2 middle sects were like a sheet of loose sand. De Zhen was still as ruthless as before and continued to wage war. The speed of Bao Zhen's army was too fast, and the news had not yet spread throughout the world. At this moment, the world was paying more attention to the Dazhao Holy Land. Ever since Mohina Dojin lost to Yan Chuan, the Great Zhao Holy Land lost a lot of merit. At the same time, the strongest experts from all over the world were about to arrive at the Great Revelation Holy Land. Yang Zigu sat alone in the Great Zhao Palace anxiously. 300 Xieyong stood in the hall, protecting Yang Zigu. The loss of merit in the sky had already explained everything. Father had lost in Yanjing. This defeat made Yang Zigu extremely fearful. If his father was defeated, then wouldn't he be finished as well? Therefore, Yang Zigu brought these evil spirits with him wherever he went. I don't know how father is. Yang Zigu was afraid. Swish. Suddenly, a black light shot into the hall. 10,000 Wonders Demonic Lotus? Yang Zigu's expression changed. Mohina Dojin's soul appeared in the black chi emitted by the 10,000 Wonders Demonic Lotus, but at this moment his soul had already been dyed black. Father, you're back, Yang Zigu said excitedly. But at this moment, Mohina Dojin looked at Yang Zigu coldly. Father, why are you looking at me like that? Yang Zigu said in surprise. Zhijiao, do you know why father has doted on you since you were young? Yang Zigu said in a deep voice. Ah. Father has given you so much since you were young. Now, it's time for you to return it to father. Mohina Dojin's soul said coldly. Father, what did you say? I came back just in time. 361 years. Today, Zhijiao, I have waited for 361 years for your body. Now it is mine. Mohina Dojin said coldly. While speaking, Mohina Dojin's hand entered Yang Zigu's body. Because it was a soul, his right hand seemed to be able to penetrate Yang Zigu's body and directly enter Yang Zigu's body. Boom! Yang Zigu suddenly split into two. His body and soul were suddenly separated, and Mohina Dojin grabbed his soul. Mohina Dojin's soul rushed into Yang Zigu's body. All 361 acupoints on Mohina Dojin's body suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Mohina Dojin merged with Yang Zigu's body, but Yang Zigu's soul was stunned for a moment as he stared blankly at the body in front of him. No, it's not like this, Yang Zigu's soul said in horror. Chapter 1037. Yang Zigu's soul stared blankly at his own body in front of him. Did his father steal his body? He had spoiled him for so many years because of his physique? No, father, it's not like that, father. Yang Zigu immediately cried out. Losing his physical body, Yang Zigu only panicked, but his father's betrayal made Yang Zigu feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. In the past, Mohina Dojin held up the sky for Yang Zigu. This sky allowed Yang Zigu to do whatever he wanted. Even when his brothers died, Mohina Dojin was indifferent, as long as Yang Zigu was fine. So, this was not because he spoiled Yang Zigu, it was as if the sky had suddenly fallen. Noisy! Mohina Dojin coldly shouted. Bang! Yang Zigu's soul was suddenly thrown to the ground, almost dissipating. Lying on the ground, Yang Zigu's eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, Mohina Dojin's body was emitting golden light, and the 361 acupuncture points were emitting white light. The 10,000 Wonders Demon Lotus was slowly rotating above his head. Boom! Mohina Dojin opened the roof with a palm, and immediately, the 361 acupuncture points produced a huge suction force, connecting to the sun in the sky. From the sun, 361 rays of light shot down, directly towards Mohina Dojin's 361 acupuncture points. Mohina Dojin flew up into the sky, and stood in midair, madly absorbing the power bestowed by the sun. His entire body was surrounded by a huge fireball. Rumble! The surrounding air was stacked with waves, rolling out in all directions. Mohina Dojin was borrowing the power of the sun to break through. Middle void stage. Ha! Upper emptiness realm. Ha! 9 blazing suns body, which corresponds to the number of suns. For this body, I prepared for thousands of years. The phoenix gave birth to 8 children, but I allowed her to give birth to the 9th child. Although the phoenix died because of this, she finally gave birth to the 9th child. Ha! Rumble! When Mohina Dojin broke through, a large number of dark clouds appeared in the sky. However, under the scorching sun, these dark clouds disappeared in an instant. Mohina Dojin's strength was still increasing. Human celestial stage. Mohina Dojin said excitedly. Boom! Mohina Dojin was enveloped in a fireball. I've finally become an immortal. Ah, forge for me. Mohina Dojin's eyes suddenly turned cold. The flames of the sun suddenly surged toward the myriad wonder demonic lotus above his head. The power of the underworld, the might of the sun, traversed the void and refined the lotus god with fire. Mohina Dojin suddenly shouted. With a wave of his hand, endless spiritual chi quickly gathered from all directions and rushed toward Mohina Dojin. They were forcefully extracted to help Mohina Dojin refine the myriad wonder demonic lotus. He even wanted to use the power of the sun to refine the lotus god. Boom! The flames of the sun crazily refined the myriad wonder demonic lotus. Mohina Dojin raised his head and looked at the myriad wonder demonic lotus above his head with a ferocious expression. You want to refine me? A disdainful voice came from the myriad wonder demonic lotus. Haha, lotus god, you want to control me? Humph, do you think I will be controlled by you? I have the 9th physique, which is the same as the sun. You have already been transferred into the sun's body. How does it feel to be in the sun's body? Mohina Dojin laughed loudly. The myriad wonder demonic lotus was silent. Chapter 1038. Ha, lotus goddess, every time I borrow your strength, my body will be corroded by the evil aura. It must be your doing. Now, I'm going to refine you and strip you of all your strength. All of your strength will be mine, ha. Tao Monarch Black Sun laughed wildly in excitement. Even if you are a powerful existence in the immortal realm, you will not be able to escape from the sun. The sun that has existed since ancient times is eternally powerful. That Mohina Dojin laughed wildly. Just as Mohina Dojin was getting excited, the voice of the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus came again. The eternal sun? Heh, not to mention that I am not in the sun, even if your sun was in front of me, I could still smash it with a palm. You ain't want to refine me? Mohina Dojin's face changed. If you really had the ability to move me into the sun, I would have to thank you. But you're still far from it. I was the one who crushed the sun of the netherworld back then. The sun of the world of the living, you just didn't have the time. I gave you power and you actually want to rebel? Do you know that I can give you power and I can also take it away from you? Moreover, I can take it away from you outside of the control of fate. Lotus God said coldly with the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. Mohina Dojin's body suddenly trembled and he cried out in horror. Because Mohina Dojin suddenly realized that he could not move. Oh no! Mohina Dojin cried out in horror. Mohina Dojin's soul was suddenly squeezed out of Yang Zigu's body. But this time, the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus did not come out with him. Ah no! Mohina Dojin cried out in horror. Bang! Mohina Dojin's soul scattered and in an instant, it was crushed into powder and disappeared from this world. Yang Zigu's body produced a huge suction force. Yang Zigu's soul was suddenly sucked in by the suction force and attached to his body again. Only the soul of the main body can better control the main body. Yang Zigu, from today onwards, you will do all the things under the heavens for me. The lotus god's voice came from the 10,000 Wonders lotus. After Yang Zigu regained his body, he immediately rejoiced. Mohina Dojin was cold by nature, and Yang Zigu was also cold by nature. Seeing Mohina Dojin being destroyed, he didn't have a trace of sympathy. Yang Zigu shouted, "Your physique is special. I can give you more power. The limit of the Mao Sun physique is the peak of Xian Immortal. But you are different. With my power, you can reach the level of an Earth Immortal, or even a Sky Immortal." Lotus Goddess said, "Yes." Yang Zigu shouted excitedly. On the other side, due to Mohina Dojin's death, the great Zhao Holy Land's merit cloud sea rumbled loudly. Boom! The merit cloud sea suddenly exploded. Merit quickly flowed towards the southeast. When an emperor died, there would be no luck. However, when a sect leader died, only half of the merit would be lost. This was because the sect leader could write down a successor on the Tiansu. If he died, the Tiansu would automatically be transferred to him. However, Mohina Dojin was too selfish and didn't write down a successor. Once Mohina Dojin died, the Tiansu was useless. The endless merit collapsed and flowed away. and the direction it flowed towards was none other than the great Jin Empire. There was a huge net of fate in the heavens and earth. It was extremely dense, and all karma was within it. The net of fate naturally calculated who killed who. Logically speaking, it should be the Lotus God who killed Mao Sunday. Chapter 1039. However, the Lotus God was too strong and had already transcended fate. Therefore, the net of fate could not find the Lotus God at all. It could only attribute Mohina Dojin's death to the previous person who had severely injured Mohina Dojin. The previous person was Yan Chuan. The rolling merit disappeared. The Dazhao sacred ground collapsed. For a moment, countless disciples of the Dazhao sacred ground looked at the sky in horror. The ocean of merit disappeared? How could this be? Countless disciples gathered in Jiaohu, in the south of the Dazhao sacred ground. Julu Academy's Meng Ling Tian led 4 other people outside the Julu Academy. Seniors, the Dazhao sacred ground collapsed? Meng Ling Tian said in shock. Meng Ling Tian was an immortal. Those who could be Meng Ling Tian seniors could only be stronger immortals. The 5 immortals looked at this scene in shock. Similarly, King Guai and Snake Emperor also arrived at the Dazhao sacred ground and looked at the rolling merit disappearing in shock. Your Majesty, although the Dazhao sacred ground's merit disappeared, the evil aura in the sky is still here. Clearly, the Lotus God is still here. Snake Emperor said with a solemn expression. On the other side, Meng Sansheng carried a huge gourd with 5 purple-robed men behind him. Each of them had a threatening aura and were much stronger than the upper emptiness realm. Clearly, they were also immortals. The Dazhao sacred ground changed hands? Meng Sansheng's expression darkened. In the west, Kong Dao Chiu quickly flew over with 5 men shrouded in countless rays of light. Did someone make a move first? Kong Dao Chiu said in shock. In the north, Yun Exin, Yao Tian Shang, and 5 elders from the Archaic Mysteries sect. Junior brother, there's a change in the Dazhao sacred ground. We should go quickly. An elder said in a low voice. Yun Xian nodded. Another group of immortals arrived. Almost simultaneously, a group of immortals arrived outside the Dazhao sacred ground from all directions. The group of heroes surrounded the Lotus God. But how could the Lotus God be so easily surrounded? Great Jin Empire, Yanjing. In a pavilion in the palace. ZZ poured a cup of tea for Yan Chuan and accompanied Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan was looking at all sorts of information coming in from all over the world. He was looking at the military situation of the great Jin Empire. Originally, ZZ did not need to pour the tea herself, but ZZ liked to accompany Yan Chuan. After taking a sip of tea, Yan Chuan looked at the memorial and smiled. Li Si? Sure enough, he was a genius who could help a king. Is that Li Si who wants to be the prime minister? ZZ asked curiously. Not bad. Yan Chuan smiled. However, just as Yan Chuan was halfway through his sentence, the providence of Dezhun suddenly skyrocketed. It was as if endless merit had flowed from the north. The 9-clawed golden dragon roared excitedly. Looks like Jin Diyu and Hua Guang have taken down another middle-rank sect. ZZ sighed. No, it's not a middle-rank sect. Is it an upper-rank sect? The Dazhao sacred ground? Yan Chuan stood up abruptly. The surging providence skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, it had increased by nearly a third. Not only was Yan Chuan surprised by this scene, but even Yi Feng, Meng Wenrua, and the others looked at the sky in surprise. Some sensitive ministers quickly rushed to the imperial palace. Yi Feng walked at the front and quickly arrived at the palace. Your Majesty, Lord Yi, Lord Meng, and Lord Lu request an audience. Lu Jin shouted outside the small courtyard. Come in. Soon, a group of ministers rushed into Yan Chuan's courtyard. Your Majesty, is this the Dazhao sacred ground? Yi Feng asked excitedly. The ministers looked at Yan Chuan excitedly. That's right. The merit that the Dazhao sacred ground lost. Mohina Dojin is really dead this time. Although I don't know what happened to the Dazhao sacred ground, it's not important for now. What's important is that not only did the merit flow to Dezhun, but also the karmic rank. Yan Chuan said excitedly. If you don't take what the heavens give you, you will be punished. Get ready. Dezhen will advance to the heavenly dynasty. Yan Chuan said solemnly. The ministers were even more excited. Chapter 1040. Great Jin Empire, Skyward Palace. All the officials and generals were suppressing their excitement as they stood respectfully in the palace. Everyone knew that Great Jin was about to ascend to the Celestial Empire. Yan Chuan was wearing a black dragon robe and a black jade crown as he sat on the 9 dragons' heavenly chair. After ascending to the Imperial Empire, one would worship the heavens and earth. After ascending to the Imperial Empire, one would worship the heavens and not the earth. After ascending to the Celestial Empire, one would no longer worship the heavens and earth. Yan Chuan sat on the dragon throne and closed his eyes. His mind was immersed in the 9-clawed golden dragon. The 9-clawed golden dragon's pupils suddenly shrank as its eyes turned into Yan Chuan's eyes. The 9-clawed golden dragon let out a deafening roar. Stepping on the clouds, it absorbed the surging providence. Yan Chuan sensed the entire sea of providence. Suddenly, Yan Chuan caught a glimpse of the karmic position of heaven and earth. The 9-clawed golden dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the karmic position of heaven and earth. Upper karmic position. After swallowing the karmic position of heaven and earth, the 9-clawed golden dragon suddenly roared. Amidst the roar, the vast sea of providence was quickly absorbed. The karmic position of heaven and earth was visibly decreasing as it gathered into the 9-clawed golden dragon. The 9-clawed golden dragon was also surrounded by the karmic position of heaven and earth, gradually forming a giant cocoon. Rumble. The surging karmic position of heaven and earth gradually decreased. Gradually, 1/10 of the karmic position of heaven and earth was lost. The absorption only ended when the Sea of Providence was only 1/3 of its original size. The Sea of Providence suddenly quieted down. All the people focused their attention on the giant cocoon above the Sea of Providence. 1 incense sticks time, 2 incense sticks time, 9 incense sticks time. Crack. The giant cocoon let out a loud cracking sound. From the giant cocoon, a pair of dragon horns suddenly emerged. The dragon horns were not as before, but they were 9 times as long as they were before. Just the horns alone, the karmic position of heaven and earth. A dragon roar came from the cocoon. The giant cocoon suddenly shrank, as if it had been sucked into the mouth of a dragon. The golden dragon of providence once again appeared in front of everyone. However, this time, it had already reached a length of 10,000 feet. Its entire body radiated golden light, as if it was a real dragon. The dragon's might surged, and the dragon's scales went against the sun. As for the dragon claws, there were as many as 18 of them. The golden dragon with 18 claws twisted its body and stepped onto the Sea of Providence. It opened its mouth and roared. Ung! The world shook as the dragon roared. Countless people in Yanjin could only hear the dragon roar, which was so loud that their eardrums were about to shatter. Almost everyone could feel the heavenly might of the 18-clawed golden dragon. The voice was not only heard in Yanjin. It seemed to have spread to all the cities in Dezhen. Almost instantly, all the citizens in the thousands of cities in Dezhen heard the dragon roar from Yanjing. All of them looked at the sky in shock. At that moment, small golden dragons slowly appeared above the Sea of Providence. Thousands of small golden dragons appeared and danced above the Sea of Providence. As soon as the golden dragon with 18 claws appeared, Yan Chuan knew that it was done. His karmic ranking was finally stabilized. The golden dragon with 18 claws suddenly said, "Citizens of Dezhen, from today onwards, Dezhen will be promoted to the Celestial Empire. From now on, Dezhen will be the Celestial Empire." Boom! That was Yan Chuan's voice. His voice instantly spread to all corners of the world and into the ears of all the citizens of Dezhen. Carefree City. In a restaurant. What? The Celestial Empire? The Celestial Empire of Dezhen? Am I hallucinating? No, I heard it too. I heard His Majesty's voice too. That's His Majesty's voice? I've heard of it before. The Celestial Empire? Dezhen has been promoted to the Celestial Empire? In thousands of cities, countless citizens listened to Yan Chuan's voice in shock. Some cheered, some were sad. However, nothing could be changed. Dezhen was getting stronger. Yen capital. The golden dragon with 18 claws slowly transformed into a statue of a person. Yan Chuan. The 18-clawed golden dragon disappeared and transformed into the gigantic Yan Chuan. Nearly half of the small golden dragons suddenly transformed into the statues of the civil and military officials of the imperial court. The sky above the Sea of Providence changed rapidly. The statue of Yan Chuan slowly sat down on a 9-dragon throne that was condensed from Providence. The statues of the officials of Dezhen stood on both sides of Yan Chuan's body. It was a complete replica of the Skyward Palace. As soon as the statues appeared, the officials could mobilize the power of their statues. At the same time, a surge of providence descended on everyone. Countless officials immediately felt comfortable. Some of the officials with forbidden cultivation felt as if they were about to break through. The Sea of Providence slowly calmed down. The statues in the sky revealed a vast majesty. Dezhen had officially been promoted to the Celestial Empire. The spiritual qi on the statue of Yan Chuan on the Sea of Providence slowly disappeared. Yan Chuan's consciousness returned to the main body of the Skyward Palace. The officials immediately sensed the return of Yan Chuan's consciousness. "Congratulations, Your Majesty! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Holy One!" Bai Guanshan cheered, expressing their excitement at this moment. "Mengwenruo, draft the imperial edict and announce it to the world." Yan Chuan said. "Yes, Your Majesty," Mengwenruo said excitedly. At the same time, outside Dezhen, Jin Deyu and Huoguang were leading an army to attack a middle-level sect. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the ears of the two of them and all the soldiers. "From today onwards, Dezhen will be promoted to the Celestial Empire. From now on, Dezhen will be the Celestial Empire." It was Yan Chuan's voice. Through the providence of the Celestial Empire, it spread to everyone's ears in an instant. All the soldiers were slightly taken aback. Then, they looked at Huoguang and Jin Deyu. The two commanders looked at each other and finally shouted excitedly, "Long live Dezhen! Long live Dezhen!" The army cheered. On the other side, the disciples of the middle sect who were trapped stared blankly ahead. The army that was about to charge a moment ago was suddenly ecstatic. What were they cheering for? Yan Chuan's voice was only heard by the people of Dezhen. Therefore, the disciples of the sect were confused. Dezhen's army is dumbfounded? It can't be. All of them are dumbfounded? While the disciples of the various sects were still in a daze, Huoguang suddenly gave the order to charge. The army shouted excitedly. "Dezhen Celestial Empire! Skyward Palace!" The court meeting had ended. The officials quickly went back to running the country. Only Yan Chuan sat on the dragon throne, deep in thought. With the investiture of the gods in one hand and the great stabilizing heavenly seal in the other, Yan Chuan smiled as he felt the providence of the two items. "Celestial Empire? I've finally reached the same height as my previous life, the 7th level of the upper void stage. It's slightly weaker than my previous life. But soon." Yan Chuan pondered. Dezhen ascended to the Celestial Empire. Even though many of the outer sect disciples could not sense it, some of the peerless powerhouses could sense it. At this moment, in the former Dezhao sacred ground, Meng Sansheng, Kong Daoqiu, King Guai, Meng Ling Tian, Yun Exen, Yao Tianshang, and the others were still lamenting the collapse of the Dezhao sacred ground when they suddenly felt the heavenly might from Dezhen's celestial empire. "Another sacred ground is born?" Meng Ling Tian said in surprise. An immortal behind Meng Ling Tian shook his head and said, "It's not a sacred ground, it's the Celestial Empire." "The Celestial Empire?" "Dezhen's Celestial Empire. That Yan Chuan is indeed not simple." Another immortal narrowed his eyes. Outside the Dezhao sacred ground, a group of immortals narrowed their eyes and looked toward the southeast. On the square of Dezhao Palace, Yang Zigu had just submitted to the Lotus God when he sensed the powerful auras surrounding him. Yang Zigu was already a human immortal now. With the help of the Lotus God's power, he was even more powerful. Naturally, he could feel the killing intent around him. A group of grasshoppers? Yang Zigu sneered. At this moment, Yang Zigu was in high spirits with great power in his hands. Come out, you grasshoppers! Yang Zigu shouted coldly. A huge sound wave rolled out, causing the expressions of the surrounding immortals to change in the blink of an eye. Puff, puff, puff. Streaks of light shot out as the immortals quickly gathered outside the Zhao Palace. A group of people here to die? Just nice. Let's test my strength. Yang Zigu laughed evilly. Boom. Yang Zigu attacked first. West, Great Buddha Empire. Kong Mok also sensed the changes in the east through the Sea of Providence. A dragon's aura that surpasses mine? Like the great tragedy of southern divine continent? It's Yen Chuan from the east. It's that bastard Yen Chuan. He's ascended to the celestial empire. Kong Mok's face suddenly turned ferocious. Buddha Prophet's face darkened. So fast? That's right. How could I be wrong? Yen Chuan, that bastard, I should have killed him long ago. Kong Mok's face turned ferocious. Your Majesty! Buddha Prophet's face turned ugly. Prophet, you have to help me. You have to help me. Kong Mok shouted. Buddha Prophet's face was troubled. Prophet, you're the Buddha of the 10,000 Buddha's sacred ground. I trust you the most. Only you can help me obtain the 10,000 Buddha's sacred ground. Only by obtaining the upper karmic rank can my great Buddha Empire reach the celestial empire. As long as I obtain the Buddha's Saraira, my strength will skyrocket. Only by becoming stronger can we kill Yen Chuan for revenge. Kong Mok shouted. Buddha Prophet's brows furrowed deeply. Prophet, only you can help me. The great Buddha Empire must become the celestial empire. The must. Kong Mok grabbed Buddha Prophet and begged. Buddha Prophet's face became more and more troubled, as if he was struggling with something. Great Shin Empire. Upper Study. There were only 3 people in the upper study. Yen Chuan, ZZ, and Lu Gang. Lu Gang handed over a mirror. Your Majesty, Empress, this is the image of Yang Zigu that was taken by the people of the East faction in the former Great Zhao sacred ground. They just arrived. Lu Gang said. Yen Chuan took the mirror. This mirror was very strange. The mirror couldn't reflect a person, but it could see a portrait, as if it was drawn on. The image in the mirror was Yang Zigu. With this image, I can use the Nailhead 7-arrow book. ZZ took it. Chapter 1041. The former Dazhao sacred ground. Billowing smog filled the sky as all the mountains, rivers, and palaces of the Dazhao sacred ground were destroyed. The disciples of the Dazhao sacred ground were almost all dead. More than 20 immortals, along with a group of absolute powerhouses in this world, were currently besieging Yang Zhijiu, who was covered in evil qi. You can't do anything to me in this form. What if I go through a second demonic transformation? The pitch-black Yang Zigu laughed evilly. The immortals' faces sank. Everyone, Immortal Array! Kong Daoqiu shouted. The group of immortals belonged to different forces, but facing Yang Zigu, they could only nod. Immediately, everyone surrounded Yang Zigu and cast their spells, forming an immortal array. Yang Zigu snorted coldly. Lotus God, lend me your power. Yang Zigu shouted. The 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus above Yang Zigu's head suddenly released a dark energy that quickly poured into Yang Zigu's body. Ka. 2 huge horns slowly appeared on Yang Zigu's head. The immortals' faces sank. Everyone! Yun Xian suddenly shouted. Everyone looked over. The 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus doesn't have much power on its own, it needs a puppet. The 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus is extremely sturdy and has unparalleled evil intent. Back then, no one could destroy it, so Immortal Master Damiao killed it. Without the puppet, the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus is not much of a threat. As long as we destroy the puppet, as long as Yang Zigu dies, we will have succeeded. Yun Xian shouted. Kill Yang Zigu? Another immortal shouted. Immortal Array kill? Kong Daoqiu shouted. You're courting death. The second demonic transformation Yang Zigu said coldly. Boom! Dazhao Celestial Empire, Yanjing, inside the palace. In a courtyard. The huge courtyard was cleared and a large camp was set up. There was a tall platform above the camp with a straw doll on top. The words Yang Zigu and his birth date were written on the straw figurine. There was a lamp on the scarecrow's head and another lamp at its feet. Yen Chuan carried Miao on his shoulder and stood outside the high platform. He watched as ZZ shook the mirror with Yang Zigu's image in it at the scarecrow. The image fell into the scarecrow. Putting down the mirror, ZZ stepped on the ground and burned the talisman seal. Following that, ZZ bowed 3 times to the scarecrow respectfully. Meow, it's this again, Meow said blankly. In the distance, ZZ left the high platform after finishing her task. Alright, let's start today. 3 times a day. After 21 days, his soul will be scattered by my worship and I'll be able to nail the scarecrow to death. That Yang Zigu will also be dead. ZZ laughed. This Nailhead 7 Arrows book is indeed strange. Yen Chuan nodded. The former Great Zhao Holy Land. Immortal? Isn't it still in my hands? Yang Jijio, who was covered in a sinister aura, shouted excitedly. Yang Zigu's pitch-black hand was gripping an Immortal's neck. It was as if Yang Zigu moved his hand, the Immortal would be crushed to death in the blink of an eye. Yang Zigu's other hand stretched out behind him, forming a huge spherical shield around him. No matter how much the Immortals outside attacked, they were unable to break through the shield. The Immortal who was gripped by the neck seemed to have his cultivation locked. He was unable to move. Haha die. Yang Zigu laughed evilly. Just as he was about to crush the Immortal in front of him, Yang Zigu's body suddenly trembled. Buzz. With a tremble, the shield around him suddenly loosened. A large number of Immortal spells attacked Yang Zigu's body. Boom! The Immortal who was gripped by the scarecrow also escaped. Yang Zigu was sent flying by a group of Immortals, but he did not suffer any serious injuries. How could this be? Why did I suddenly get distracted? It must be an illusion, an illusion. You locusts die for me. Yang Zigu's eyes turned cold as he once again charged into the group of Immortals. Great Jin Imperial Palace. ZZ wrote a talisman seal and burned it again. She bowed 3 times to the scarecrow. Once again, Yang Zigu was about to succeed. Suddenly, his mind shook. Boom! Once again, a group of Immortals turned danger into safety. Bastard, what's wrong with me? Yang Zigu was furious. Just like this, the battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Among the group of Immortals, someone finally realized that something was wrong. It seems that someone is helping us. Meng Sansheng's expression suddenly changed. Huh. The group of Immortals looked at Meng Sansheng in surprise. Did you notice that Yang Zigu would go crazy every once in a while? Meng Sansheng said in a deep voice. That's right, I was almost finished earlier. Was there a senior secretly helping me? The group of Immortals who could not see any hope before suddenly became spirited. There was an expert helping them, an expert helping them? Suddenly, everyone saw a ray of hope and their hands began to exert more strength. Boom! 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 After fighting for 5 days, Yang Zigu's mind was in a trance again and again. This made Yang Zigu more and more anxious. Lotus Goddess, why am I like this? My mind is not as focused as it was at the beginning. Yang Zigu finally asked the Lotus Goddess for help. Wait one more time, I will help you calculate. The voice of the Lotus Goddess came from the 10,000 Wonders Demon Lotus. Okay. Yang Zigu nodded. Boom. Boom. Although Yang Zigu had a lot of advantages when fighting with the group of Immortals, he always dropped the ball at the crucial moment. This made Yang Zigu more and more anxious. Die, bastard! Yang Zigu once again attacked a despairing Immortal. Wang. Hin. Yang Zigu's body trembled and his mind was in a trance. This time, he even had a nosebleed. Quick attack! The group of Immortals shouted. Rumble! A huge force quickly hit Yang Zigu, and a huge explosion occurred where Yang Zigu was. However, after the explosion, Yang Zigu was still safe and sound. Lotus Goddess! Yang Zigu shouted in Jiaohu's direction. This was because Yang Zhijiu could feel that his body was getting weaker and weaker. At this rate, it would not be long before he was dragged down to the same state as the group of immortals. At that time, he would be finished. You are cursed. The voice of the lotus goddess came. Cursed? Yang Zigu was shocked. That's right, a curse. You are only an immortal and cannot resist this curse. You still have 16 days to live. After 16 days, your soul will scatter. The voice of the lotus goddess came. 16 days? I only have 16 days to live? No, lotus goddess, you have to save me. You have to save me. Yang Zigu rushed to the sky in fear. He ignored the group of immortals and flew away in fear. If you want to live, you have to kill the person who cursed you. And that person, I have calculated that he is at the place where Mao Ri's body was destroyed. The voice of the lotus goddess came. Yanjin? Yang Zigu's expression changed. That's right. The lotus goddess said. Yanjin? Since he is in Yanjin, then I will go and destroy Yanjin. Yanchuan? I can even kill a group of immortals, let alone a puny Yanchuan. I will destroy Yanjin and leave no one alive. Everyone will die. Yang Zigu said with a ferocious face. With that, Yang Zigu immediately shot towards the southeast. Where do you think you are going? When the group of immortals saw Yang Zigu leave, they thought that he was going to escape. Everyone chased after Yang Zigu. Whoosh! Wherever he went, a storm would roll up. Yang Zigu was in the front, and the group of immortals behind him. They kept rushing towards Yanjin. Quick, quick, quick! Yang Zigu's face was anxious. He was afraid that it would be too late. Yanjin. ZZ was still worshipping the scarecrow 3 times a day. Yan Chuan started to deal with the state affairs. Because, just a moment ago, another huge stream of merit flowed in. It could be seen that Huoguang and Jin Deyu had achieved great results. In the upper study. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Other than the Julu Academy, there is only one middle sect left in the East Divine Continent. Yi Feng said with a smile. The East Divine Continent is only the first step. Yan Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Wenruo, your task will be more important next. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Wenruo and said, the great Jin Empire's speed of conquering cities is indeed very fast. I have already sensed it. All these years I have been gathering officials, but it is still a little difficult to take on the entire East Divine Continent. Your Majesty, after we take down the last middle sect, we may need to conduct a large-scale examination. I hope that Your Majesty will conduct it personally. Meng Wenruo said solemnly. Then let's start now. Wenruo, go and draft the documents. 10 years later, the great Jin Empire will conduct a large-scale examination. The candidates will face the 5 continents. Anyone who is knowledgeable can participate. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes, but Your Majesty, you know that the world is too big. Meng Wenruo frowned. Didn't we subdue a group of Upper Void Realm cultivators in the East Divine Continent this time? Let them run as fast as they can. Pick out a group of recruitment officials and scatter them to the various continents. They will be responsible for identifying the people that the Great Jin Empire needs. When the time is up, let these Upper Void Realm cultivators bring these people back. 10 years later, on the 9th day of the 9th month, the large-scale examination will be held. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Meng Wenruo replied. Huoguang and Jin Deyu were at the battlefield. 1,000,000 cultivators were bound in a huge plaza. They were all looking at the army with hatred. Huoguang and Jin Deyu ignored them. Instead, they looked at Li Si. Lord Li, there is still one middle sect left. We will not stay here any longer. Bring the victorious army and conquer the last middle sect. We will present the grandest congratulatory gift to Your Majesty and the great Jin Empire. These 1,000,000 prisoners will be left to you. Huoguang said with a smile. Li Si nodded. Huoguang and Jin Deyu led the army and left quickly. Li Si looked at the 1,000,000 cultivators. He waved his sleeve and said coldly, kill them all. The soldiers standing guard on the square immediately responded in unison. Bao Zhen, you will die a horrible death. Bao Zhen, Li Si, you traitor. The 1,000,000 prisoners shouted in shock. Li Si ignored them and looked at a deputy general at the side. Apart from the disciples of this sect who surrendered to our great Jin Empire before the war, issue an arrest warrant for the rest of the escaped disciples. Put up their portraits in all the major cities. Those who harbor them will have their entire family wiped out. Those who capture the fugitives will be rewarded with an earth-grade cultivation technique and 3,000 spirit stones. Li Si said in a deep voice. Yes, the deputy general replied. No, Baozhen, Baozhen. Li Si, you will die a horrible death. The shouts continued, but what was the use of shouting now? The 18th day. A group of immortals trapped Yang Zigu again. Bastards, get lost, get lost. Yang Zigu roared. Boom. Yang Zhijio once again escaped, even though his arm was heavily injured. Once he escaped, he once again shot toward Yanjing. Yang Zigu coughed and spat out blood. He said anxiously, it's been 18 days. There are only 3 days left. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Chapter 1042. Beijing, Upper Study Room. Yan Xuan sat alone behind the desk while Feng Yinyang, Yi Feng, and Meng Wenruo waited respectfully. Yan Xuan closed his eyes. At this moment, Yan Xuan's statue above the fortune cloud looked toward the northwest with divine light shining in its eyes. However, this gaze was extremely far away. After Great Jin became the Celestial Empire, Yan Xuan could use the Golden Dragon of Providence to survey the world. As long as it was within Great Jin, Yan Xuan could see everything with his eyes. In the southwest direction, it was a huge desert. Boom, boom, boom. The sandstorm rushed into the sky, covering the entire sky in a dusky expanse. Within the sandstorm, radiance shot in all directions. Loud sounds rang out one after another, shaking the sandstorm until it covered the sky and covered the sun. Bastards, scram, you bunch of grasshoppers. Yang Zigu roared in the desert. Yang Zigu is getting weaker and weaker. Kill him. Kong Daoqiu shouted excitedly. Immortal swarm formation. Yun Xian called out. Formation crush. The immortals shouted in unison. There's only 1 day left, only 1 day left. You locusts, sun, fire. Yang Zigu roared. Boom. High up in the sky, the scorching sun once again plunged straight down with rolling flames. Once the heavenly fire appeared, the desert seemed to have turned into a huge furnace. Under the raging fire, the sand and dust that had been there turned into a gorgeous color, as if they had melted into countless glass beads. Kill. The immortals shouted in unison. Boom. Within the sandstorm, a black figure shot out like a stream of light amidst the huge collision of forces. It was Yang Zigu. At this moment, Yang Zigu's left arm was almost destroyed. His flesh and blood were gone, leaving only white bones. One of the horns on his head was also broken. Yang Zigu was severely injured. Pooh! Yang Zigu spat out blood as he sped toward Yanjin. 1 more day, 1 more day. You bunch of locusts, when I destroy Yanjing, none of you will be able to escape. I will use the cruelest methods to slowly torture you. Yang Zigu flew into the distance with great hatred. Boom! A group of immortals also quickly charged out of the sandstorm. He got away again. Meng Lingtian's expression was extremely ugly. The group of immortals chased after him. Although they were furious, most of them came to their senses. Yang Zigu is getting weaker and weaker. There is indeed an expert targeting him. He is obviously going to find trouble with that expert. Meng Sansheng said in a deep voice. Who is it? Kong Daoqiu asked with a frown. It doesn't matter who it is. Yang Zigu is getting weaker and weaker. Just now, he even injured himself to escape. His strength is getting weaker and weaker. Now, even if the Lotus God helps him, he's at most an Earth immortal, or even worse. Let's work harder. We must kill him. We can't let him recover. Yun Xian shouted. Okay. The group of immortals quickly chased after Yang Zigu again. Yang Zigu used a secret art by injuring himself to increase his speed. In the blink of an eye, he had left the group of immortals behind. Of course, the group of immortals wouldn't lose him. They would just be a bit late. He seems to be going to Yanjing, Meng Lingtian suddenly said in shock. Yanjing? Is it Yanchuan? Impossible. How powerful is Yanchuan? Kong Daoqiu said in disbelief. The group of immortals continued to chase after him. Meanwhile, in Yanjing, Yanchuan, who was in the study room, became serious and came back to his senses. Your Majesty, why did you summon us? Guiguzi asked. Yanchuan frowned and said, Just now, I felt a huge fluctuation in the fortune cloud sea. The fortune cloud sea is able to sense everything in the world. With such a huge fluctuation, something big must have happened. I used the divine statue's vision to look. I saw that Yangzigu is coming to Yanjing with the help of the Lotus God. Oh? The group of immortals' faces changed. Yangzigu is now more powerful than he was on Maori Day. Feng Yinyang, set up the array and protect Yanjing. Yanchuan said, Yes, Your Majesty. Feng Yinyang replied. Feng, Wenrua, you two are in charge of maintaining stability in Yanjing and comforting the people and officials. Yanchuan said, Yes, Your Majesty. The two of them replied. After that, Yanchuan went straight to the backyard. Yanchuan knew that Yangzigu was coming for the Nailhead 7-arrow book. Luckily, it was the last day. What's wrong? Zizi looked at Yanchuan in confusion. Yangzigu is coming. Yanchuan said. There might be a fierce battle coming up. Zizi, you're in charge of the Nailhead 7-arrow book. Make sure there are no mistakes. I'll stall for time. We must kill Yangzigu. Yanchuan said. Zizi nodded. After that, Yanchuan quickly went to the square of the Skyward Palace. Looking at the statue in the sky, Yanchuan's eyes narrowed. Yanchuan's statue let out a loud dragon roar. Suddenly, it soared into the sky and turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence. Boom! The 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence stepped on the Sea of Providence and let out a long roar. Ung! The dragon's roar pierced through the 9 heavens. At the same time, the roar spread to every city in Great Jin and into the ears of every citizen. When they heard the dragon's roar again, all the citizens put down everything they were doing. Citizens of Great Jin, listen up. I am Yanchuan, Yanchuan said. As he spoke, Yanchuan's voice suddenly spread to the ears of all the citizens of Dejin. In a restaurant in Carefree City. His Majesty's voice? I heard His Majesty's voice. Countless citizens, soldiers, and city guards looked up at the sky. Citizens of Great Jin, please raise your right hand and borrow my power. You will be weakened for a short period of time, but you will recover after some rest. All city guards, keep watch. Kill anyone who dares to sneak up on you after borrowing my power. Exterminate your entire family. Yanchuan said. Through the 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence, Yanchuan's voice spread across the entire Yanjing. All the citizens looked up at the sky in confusion. Borrowing the citizens' power? On a street in Carefree City. His Majesty wants to borrow our power? How can he do that? Yeah, it's easy to borrow power. Is this a joke? While everyone was doubting, someone finally listened to Yanchuan's advice and tried it. A burly man slowly raised his right hand. Raise your right hand? What's the use of that? The moment the burly man raised his right hand, phew! The burly man felt as though his power had been sucked away in an instant. In an instant, the burly man was powerless. The man fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Big brother? What happened to you? Someone exclaimed. My power has been borrowed by His Majesty. The burly man said in disbelief as though he was in a dream. Everyone was in an uproar. Did he really lend his power to Yanchuan? Similar scenes were happening in the thousands of cities in Great Jin. Many citizens immediately understood what was going on. Lending his power to His Majesty? Great Jin had developed too quickly. Although there were countless citizens, there were still some who refused to obey the laws of Great Jin. These people ignored them, but more people quickly raised their right hands. His Majesty, please use my power. His Majesty, please use my power. One by one, they raised their right hands. Surges of power seemed to have crossed time and space and quickly gathered in Yanjin. The surging power from all over the world quickly surged into the body of the 18-claws golden dragon. The 18-claws golden dragon's body suddenly expanded. The 18-claws golden dragon roared and charged towards Yan Chuan. Boom! The vast 18-claws golden dragon strangely rushed into Yan Chuan's tiny body. Rumble! The sea of providence kept churning. Endless power quickly gathered and surged into Yan Chuan's body. Around Yan Chuan's body, the air seemed to have been stirred up by his power. Rumble! A large number of cracks suddenly appeared on the stone floor under Yan Chuan's feet. Under the power of the people, Yan Chuan's body kept growing. He was originally as tall as a person, but in the blink of an eye, he became as tall as two people. And it was still growing. Yan Chuan had already understood the situation, so his clothes were also Dharma treasures that could expand with Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan's body was getting bigger and bigger. The power of the people of Dezhen kept gathering. There were thousands of cities. Although many people were still watching, there were enough people to contribute their strength. About 1/5 of the people gave their power. And in Yanjin, the place where the people of Dezhen were the most united, more than 80% of the people gave their power. After countless people gave their power, they sat on the ground weakly. However, when they saw Yan Chuan's growing body, everyone's eyes widened. While they were shocked, they also felt lucky. In the blink of an eye, Yan Chuan had reached 100 feet tall. Yan Chuan didn't restrain himself. Instead, he continued to grow. 200 feet, 300 feet, 400 feet. The change didn't stop until Yan Chuan's body reached 1,000 feet tall. When Yan Chuan lifted his leg or waved his hand, it was as if he could create a huge storm. Although the dragon robe covered his body, the people could still see the explosive power on Yan Chuan's body through some gaps. 1,000 feet tall Yan Chuan was as tall as a 1,000-story building. Some ordinary people even looked up, but they couldn't see the top. The towering giant stood with its head facing the sky and its feet on the ground, gazing towards the northwest. With one step, Yan Chuan was already outside of Beijing. Boom! When he landed, the ground shook. With just a single step, it was as if an earthquake had taken place. The people of Yanjin were dumbfounded. Meow meow your sister. Meow meow was also dumbfounded and dropped a spirit stone on the ground. The people of Yanjin, the officials, the guards and the army were also dumbfounded. Only Feng Yinyang was still conscious. He quickly set up an array to protect Yanjin. ZZ continued to worship the straw man patiently. In the northwest, Yang Zigu flew over quickly with a secret art. Soon we'll reach Yanjing soon. Yanjing, Yanchuan, you bunch of locusts, I want you all dead. Yang Zhijio's face was ferocious. Boom. Accompanied by a gust of wind, Yang Zhijio finally arrived at the outskirts of Yanjing after half an hour. The vicious look on his face suddenly disappeared. Dragging his injuries, he stood in midair, looking at the towering giant before him in a daze. It was a 1,000-story building, but Yan Chuan was standing in front of Yang Zigu at the moment. Grasshopper. Yang Zigu suddenly felt that he was the grasshopper. The giant didn't say anything and slapped at the grasshopper. The air around his palms suddenly formed a vortex. It attacked Yang Zigu. Chapter 1043. Exterminating Yang Zigu. The group of heroes was flying towards Yanjing. Due to the severity of the situation, the heroes did not repel anyone. The immortals even used spells to bring along the peerless powerhouses who had yet to become immortals. They passed by a city. King Gai suddenly saw the people below. The people suddenly raised their right hand and fell to the ground. Your Majesty! Cough cough. The Serpent Emperor coughed and said in surprise. The Dazhen Empire has indeed ascended to the Heavenly Empire. I didn't expect Yan Chuan to be so familiar with the Heavenly Empire and know how to mobilize the power of the Dazhen Empire. King Gai said in a deep voice. Cough cough. Your Majesty, if that expert is Yan Chuan, then it'll be a little tricky. Cough cough. The Serpent Emperor said solemnly. The heroes besieged Yang Zigu but could not do anything about it. However, Yan Chuan was able to suppress Yang Zigu from so far away. Did that not mean that Yan Chuan was more powerful? In the future, when the Dajin Empire conquered the world, would it be easy with Yan Chuan as an obstacle? King Gai shook his head and said, "Along the way, not everyone has given it their all. But I still have a backup plan. I can see that Meng Sanxing, Yao Tianshang, and Kong Dao Qiu did not give it their all." King Gai said in a deep voice. Them? The Serpent Emperor narrowed his eyes. Human immortals are immortals who pass the tribulation at the 9th level of the upper void stage. Although they are immortals, they are the weakest immortals. Although they have many exquisite immortal techniques, their strength is only at the 11th level of the upper void stage. Mystic immortals are equivalent to the 12th level of the upper void stage. Yao Tianshang inherited all of Ju's memories. Ju was at the 12th level of the upper void stage in his past life. Although Yao Tianshang did not reach that level, he has a foundation. Meng Sanxing hid his strength even better. King Gai said in a deep voice, "Cough cough. This world is different from what we thought." The Serpent Emperor said in a deep voice. King Gai, you nodded. "The Dazhao holy ground has shown me many things. First, it's Jing Ming. Heh, no wonder when Jing Ming was alive, no one dared to rebel. Your Majesty, Jing's strength?" The Serpent Emperor, frowned. "Oh, Snake Emperor, you can tell?" King of Gai's expression changed. The Snake Emperor smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, I've been guessing and suspecting all these years, but I've never dared to be sure." "Tell me," King of Gai said in a low voice. "Jing Ming, it might be Sky Pillar's group." The Snake Emperor frowned. The eyes of King Guai's skeleton flickered. "Qing'an, are you saying that Jing Ting is one of the top immortals in the immortal world?" "Yes, the ancestral immortal stage." The Snake Emperor sighed. "Rumor has it that the Lotus deity is also at the ancestral immortal realm. Jing Ting has also reached the ancestral immortal realm?" King Guai said solemnly. "Therefore, Your Majesty, you don't have to hold a grudge against Jing Ming. This kind of person has already surpassed our current understanding. What Your Majesty wants is to accumulate as much foundation as possible in this realm so that the path of the Celestial Empire can be further improved." The Snake Emperor consoled. "Yes, Serpent Emperor. To be able to receive your help is the greatest blessing in my life." King Guai nodded. Cough, cough, cough. The Snake Emperor coughed and said bitterly, "I dare not forget the favor of saving my life back then. My fate has been damaged, and I don't know how long I have left to live. I will do my best while I am still alive. I will definitely think of a way to save you," King Guai said with certainty. The Snake Emperor nodded. However, there was not much hope in his eyes. The group of immortals around them looked in the direction that Yang Zigu went and frowned. Was it really Yan Jin? Could that expert really be Yan Chuan? The group of elites revealed complicated expressions. Especially Kong Daoqiu. According to blood relations, Kong Daoqiu was Yan Chuan's grandfather. Not only was Kong Daoqiu not happy that his grandson had suddenly become so powerful, but he was also a little worried. Yanjin, the 10,000 feet tall giant Yan Chuan. Although his body was incomparably huge, his speed and strength did not decrease at all. Taking in the power of the people with the power of the world, it struck towards Yang Zhijiu, who was still in a daze. The huge palm pressed down on him. Yang Zigu's expression changed. At this moment, Yang Zigu's left arm was injured, so he could only use his right arm to block the attack. A huge energy palm suddenly appeared. Bam! The two palms collided. All of a sudden, there was a huge earthquake in the northwest of Beijing. Yang Zigu's energy palm shattered, and Yang Zigu was sent flying by Yan Chuan's attack. Yang Zigu spat out another mouthful of blood. Bastard! Yang Zigu roared angrily. In the blink of an eye, Yang Zigu's feet on the ground slowly grew. In the blink of an eye, Yang Zigu became 5,000 feet tall. Yan Chuan threw another punch. Yang Zigu's feet on the ground collided with Yan Chuan's fist. The two fists collided. Bam! Even though Yan Jin was enveloped by the array, it was still shaken by the impact. Bang! Yang Zigu was sent flying by Yan Chuan's punch. Impossible! Lotus God, lend me your power. Lend me again. Yang Zigu yelled. Humph. That's all you got. Yen Chuan snorted. He waved his hand and a huge suction force sucked Yang Zigu into his right palm. Universe in the palm. Yen Chuan used the universe in the palm again. Countless stars suddenly appeared in the right palm of the towering giant. It was as though a galaxy had appeared in Yen Chuan's palm in an instant. Lotus God, lend me your power. Lotus God. Yang Zigu yelled. Waves of energy flowed into Yang Zigu's body from the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. Rumble. A third horn appeared on Yang Zigu's head. Yang Zigu had been demonized for the third time. Yang Zigu's power surged again. A terrifying energy was released and it seemed to be repelling the galaxy in Yen Chuan's palm. The universe in the palm was squeezing Yang Zigu with the power of a galaxy, but Yang Zigu was also repelling it with the power of the Lotus God. The two forces clashed fiercely. A booming sound came from Yen Chuan's palm. Crack, crack, crack. Some of the stars that were close to the two forces even had a large number of cracks on them, as if they would collapse at any moment. Yang Zigu yelled excitedly, Ha! Yen Chuan, lend me your power. I'm immortal now. His body moved quickly as if he wasn't bound by the universe in the palm. Yen Chuan's eyes turned cold. His body slowly shrank. As Yen Chuan's body shrank, all the energy in his body gathered in his right palm. The original galaxy in his palm suddenly split into 2 galaxies. Then, as more power gathered, it split into 3 galaxies, then 4 galaxies, until it reached 10 galaxies before stopping. 10 galaxies, the power increased tenfold. Yang Zigu, who had almost escaped from the universe in the palm, suddenly couldn't move. How is this possible? Yang Zigu yelled. Crack, 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 crack. The power of 10 galaxies kept acting on Yang Zigu's body. Yang Zigu instinctively felt pain. Yang Zigu yelled in pain. Lotus God, lend me your power. Lend me more. Yang Zigu yelled in pain. The myriad wonders demonic lotus suddenly said, I can lend you more, but you can't take it anymore. If I lend you more, you'll explode. You have the strength of a sky immortal now, and the pressure on you is only at the level of a sky immortal. But I can't move. Yang Zigu yelled in pain. If you want to die, I'll lend you more. The Lotus God's voice sounded again. Yang Zigu could feel his blood expanding. He knew that if he took any more, he would die immediately. Lotus God, save me. Save me. Yang Zigu yelled. This lotus has only sealed its own power once. After saving Mao Ri's soul, it's gone. It can only borrow power, it can't control itself. The Lotus God said, Yen Chuan, let me out if you dare. Let's fight fair and square. Yang Zigu yelled in pain. Yen Chuan looked at his palm and sneered, I'm fighting fair and square now. Let me out. Yang Zigu yelled. Yen Chuan looked at him coldly. Just like that, the stalemate lasted for 2 hours. Yen Capital, the palace. ZZ stepped onto the platform again. This is the last time. ZZ said solemnly. ZZ bowed respectfully to the scarecrow again. The lights on the scarecrow's head and feet suddenly flickered. Yang Zigu spat out a mouthful of blood. Again. Yang Zigu yelled in fear. 1 bow. 2 bows. 3 bows. When ZZ bowed 3 times, the lights on the scarecrow's head and feet suddenly went out. Yang Zigu trembled. His eyes turned blank as if his soul had left his body. On the platform, ZZ shot a nail into the scarecrow's chest. A large amount of blood flowed out of the scarecrow's body. Success, ZZ said excitedly. In the universe in the palm, a huge hole appeared in Yang Zigu's chest. Yang Zigu's will, soul, and body were all destroyed. Boom! Yang Zhijio's body exploded with a bang. The evil energy was forced out of the universe in the palm. Jade Emperor! Yen Chuan yelled. The Jade Emperor sword shot over and quickly absorbed the black energy. Yen Chuan stared at the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus in the universe in the palm. Kid, I have endless power for you. Do you want it? A friendly voice came from the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. Yen Chuan sneered, Lotus God, You've got the wrong idea. I was the one who released the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus back then and brought harm to the world. Today, I'll destroy the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus and end your dream. The lotus god snorted. The 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus suddenly emitted a dazzling black light. The evil energy surged towards the universe in the palm. Destroy? Although I created this lotus casually back then, it is not something you can destroy. The lotus god said coldly. Screech. The Jade Emperor sword suddenly flew out and shot towards the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. Boom. Under Yan Chuan's control, the Jade Emperor sword stabbed into the heart of the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. Gulyalu. The Jade Emperor sword crazily absorbed the evil energy of the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. The Jade Emperor sword could absorb as much as the lotus god released. In the blink of an eye, the energy of the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus was absorbed. Furthermore, the Jade Emperor sword was still crazily absorbing the energy of the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. Crack. A crack suddenly appeared on one of the petals of the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. A crack? Bastard kid, do you know who I am? You dare to disobey me? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? The lotus god said coldly. If I don't disobey you, you won't kill me? Furthermore, disobey? Ha! Yan Chuan laughed crazily. Gurgle. The Jade Emperor sword crazily absorbed the evil energy of the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. The universe in the palm had been removed. Yan Chuan knew that the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus had no vessel and could not escape. As for the lotus god's revenge? Although Yan Chuan knew it was scary, he was not afraid at all. In fact, facing the lotus god, Yan Chuan's violent nature seemed to have been awakened. Gulyalu. The Jade Emperor sword crazily absorbed the evil energy. In the distance, rays of light shot over. The group of immortals quickly flew over. They looked at the slightly scattered battlefield and then at the Jade Emperor sword devouring the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. The group of immortals was stunned. Chapter 1044. Rays of light landed not far away from Yan Chuan. All of the immortals were surrounded by countless rays of light as they prepared to kill Yang Zhijiu. However, the sight before them made everyone realize that Yang Zigu was already dead. Yan Chuan? Meng Lingtian said in surprise. Meng Lingtian realized that every time he saw Yan Chuan, his knowledge would be overturned. It was the same every time. This time, Meng Lingtian was even more shocked. Was Yan Chuan really that strong? He was able to severely injure Yang Zigu from billions of miles away, and even lured Yang Zigu here and killed him on the spot? He had more than 20 immortals on his side. Were they still no match for Yan Chuan? Was the decision he had made in the past wrong? Kong Daoqiu also looked at Yan Chuan with mixed feelings. He was conflicted when he came, but now that he had witnessed it with his own eyes, he looked at Yan Chuan and did not know what to say. Yun Xen, Yao Tianshang, Meng Sanxing, King of Gai, and the others looked at Yan Chuan with mixed feelings. Yang Zigu was an expert that had attracted the attention of the immortals, but Yan Chuan had killed him? The 10,000 Wonders lotus is destroying it? Yun Xian said in surprise. One of the petals of the 10,000 Wonders lotus suddenly cracked and fell off. It turned into an evil aura that was absorbed by the Jade Emperor sword. Isn't the 10,000 Wonders lotus indestructible? Immortal Master Damiao placed it in the Feng Shui formation because it couldn't be destroyed. Can Yan Chuan really destroy the 10,000 Wonders lotus? Meng Lingtian was startled when he saw it too. Everyone looked at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan had gathered his power in his palm, so he had shrunk down. Yan Chuan was controlling the Jade Emperor sword with all his power. Buzz. The Jade Emperor sword kept shaking. The black aura formed a whirlpool around it, but the Jade Emperor sword continued to absorb the power of the 10,000 Wonders lotus under Yan Chuan's desperate control. Gurgle. It made a gurgling sound like a whale sucking in water. Yan Chuan did not dare to underestimate the lotus god. The immortals around them did not interrupt him. The lotus god was the world's enemy. If anyone dared to stop him from expelling the lotus god, The petals of the 10,000 wonders lotus withered one. Kid, what's your name? The lotus god's angry voice came from the 10,000 wonders demonic lotus. The lotus god's eyes? The immortals' expressions changed. When they looked at Yen Chuan, there was a trace of pity in their eyes. Remember, my name is Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan said coldly. Since he was already an enemy of the lotus god, Yen Chuan no longer hid his intentions. Hiding was not his style. Yen Chuan? Ha, I just killed the emperor of Yama not long ago. Now there's another Yen? Ha. The lotus god's voice was cold. Yen Chuan? I'll come back for you. The lotus god's voice was threatening. Buzz. The 10,000 wonders lotus evil aura suddenly froze. The lotus god seemed to have cut off the connection with the 10,000 wonders lotus. Without the support of the lotus god, the 10,000 wonders lotus withered quickly. Crack, 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 crack. The petals shattered and turned into evil aura, which was quickly absorbed by the Jade Emperor sword. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000 wonders lotus disappeared completely. The Jade Emperor sword floated in the air with evil aura. It was as if it had not completely digested it. Yen Chuan waved his hand. Screech. The Jade Emperor's sword flew into the palace. Yen Chuan stepped forward and looked at the immortals in front of him. Everyone, are you here to kill Yang Zigu? Yen Chuan asked. At this moment, the power Yen Chuan displayed was enough to move everyone. At the same time, everyone recognized Yen Chuan's strength. They no longer treated him as a junior. That's right. I didn't expect you to kill him. Yao Tianshang exclaimed. Yang Zigu is dead. Is there anything else? Yen Chuan asked. Yen Chuan did not want to entertain the immortals. Hence, he did not ask anyone to stay. Oh. Goodbye. Yao Tianshang smiled. Yun Xian looked at Yao Tianshang and nodded. Your Majesty, this is a great deed. Yun Xian will take her leave. Yen Chuan nodded. Yao Tianshang led the archaic sect immortals and left. Meng Sansheng looked at Yen Chuan. Perhaps because Yen Chuan had saved Meng Sansheng previously, Meng Sansheng saw through Yen Chuan's intentions. He did not say anything and only nodded at Yen Chuan. Then he led the immortals and flew away. Mengling Tian also saw through Yen Chuan's intentions. He led the immortals and left. King of Gaia and Snake Emperor looked at Yen Chuan. Congratulations to your Majesty for ascending to the Heavenly Empire. King of Gaia said. It seems like your Majesty's injuries have recovered. Congratulations. Yen Chuan nodded. We won't disturb you. King of Gaia said. I won't send you off. Yen Chuan nodded. King of Gaia brought Snake Emperor and flew towards the south. Only Kong Dao Chiu and his group were left. Ha, Kong Dao Chiu, Yen Chuan is your grandson, right? An immortal behind Kong Dao Chiu suddenly said in a strange tone. Kong Dao Chiu frowned and said, Kong Xiantian, what are you trying to say? The immortal called Kong Xiantian smiled and said, Back then, your daughter and my son, Kong Mok, fought for the position of crown prince. My son Kong Mok, I didn't expect you to have a grandson. Ha, your grandson is not simple. Do you want to continue fighting for the position of crown prince? Kong Xuantian's expression was cold and vicious. He looked at Kong Dao Chiu and Yen Chuan with a hint of malice. Kong Dao Chiu smiled coldly and said, What do you think? Kong Dao Chiu, let me remind you. Although he is Kong Susu's son, his surname is not Kong. The old ancestor will not agree to it. Kong Xiantian sneered. Don't worry about it. Kong Dao Chiu said coldly. Kong Xiantian snorted. Following that, Kong Xiantian left alone. The direction he left in was none other than the direction that King of Gaia and Snake Emperor had left in. Kong Dao Chiu and the four immortals behind him looked at Kong Xiantian in the distance. They did not stop him, nor did they say anything. Clearly, they understood what Kong Xiantian meant. Kong Dao Chiu turned to Yen Chuan. Dean Kong, is there anything else? Yen Chuan looked coldly at Yen Chuan. Susu gave birth to a good son. Ha, Yen Chuan, how about? Kong Dao Chiu smiled and wanted to stay and talk to Yen Chuan. However, Yen Chuan smiled coldly and said, Dean Kong, you'd better go back to where you came from. Kong Dao Chiu's expression froze. Yan Chuan, Kong Dao Chiu is your grandfather. An immortal behind him shouted. Yan Chuan smiled coldly and said, Grandfather? When my mother died, where was grandfather? When Kong Imoku forced my mother to her death, where was grandfather? I don't believe that you couldn't stop him. When your mother died, it was a family rule. Once she was involved, no one could interfere. Kong Dao Chiu said in a low voice. Yan Chuan smiled coldly and said, No one could interfere? Do you think I'm that gullible? I'm already giving you face by calling you Dean Kong. Don't force me. Kong Dao Chiu narrowed his eyes. I know what you're thinking. You want Dejun to rely on your Kong family? When my mother died, you didn't care. When I was young and innocent, you abandoned me. Now that I'm strong, you want me for your own use? Dean Kong, I only suppressed the killing intent in my heart because of this trace of blood. If it weren't for this blood connection, I would have annihilated the Kong family. Yan Chuan said in a cold tone. Destroy the Kong family? Kong Dao Chiu's eyes turned cold. What? You want to attack me too? With just you? Yan Chuan's voice was filled with hostility. Kong Dao Chiu clenched his fists and suppressed the anger in his heart. Yan Chuan, after all, you have the blood of the Kong family. Kong Dao Chiu tried to persuade him. Ha ha ha. Yan Chuan laughed disdainfully. My mother also had the blood of the Kong family. Why don't I see any pity from you? The Kong family? I, Yan Chuan, am not a rebel. I can accept the Kong family, but I have a condition. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Kong Dao Chiu was puzzled. Take Kong Mok's head and offer it to my parents in heaven. At the same time, all of the Kong family's disciples need to kowtow to my mother's grave 3 times to repent for their past sins. That way, I will acknowledge the Kong family as my family, and I can even give you a position in the Dejun Empire. Yan Chuan said coldly. Bastard. Preposterous. Unfilial son. The group of immortals stared at Yan Chuan angrily. Yan Chuan did not back down at all. He stared coldly at the group of immortals led by Kong Dao Chiu. Yan Chuan and Kong Dao Chiu stared at each other fiercely. They stared at each other for 10 breaths of time, neither of them backing down. You will regret this, Kong Dao Chiu said coldly. Yan Chuan clenched his fist, and a thin arc of electricity appeared around Yan Chuan's fist. It was as if the surrounding space had cracked. Just as the two of them were about to attack, suddenly, Kong Dao Chiu's expression changed. The group of immortals' expressions also changed. They all looked toward the west at the same time. Is there a change in the 10,000 Buddha sacred ground? One of the immortals asked. Everyone looked at each other and then at Kong Dao Chiu. Kong Dao Chiu finally looked at Yan Chuan coldly and turned around. Let's go. Let's go back first. The group of immortals immediately shot toward the west and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yan Chuan was left alone. He stood in the air and stared coldly into the distance. On the other side, King of Gai left quickly with Snake Emperor. However, they did not fly far before Kong Xiantian suddenly appeared in front of King of Gai. Stop right there. Kong Xiantian shouted coldly. Boom. King of Gai and Snake Emperor paused and looked at Kong Xiantian. Cough cough cough. Your Majesty, this is Kong Imoku's father, Kong Xiantian. Snake Emperor said. Kong Imoku's father? King of Gai's expression darkened. Since you know, come with me. Kong Xiantian sneered. Come with you? King of Gai asked. There are 2 ways for an imperial dynasty to become a celestial dynasty. One is to snatch the heaven and earth karmic rank of a celestial dynasty. You came just in time. Come with me and let my son take your heaven and earth karmic rank. Kong Xiantian said coldly. King of Gai said coldly. Kong Xiantian seemed to have heard a joke. King of Gai, you're at the 10th level of the upper void stage, right? I went through the tribulation at the 10th level. I'm a mystic celestial. My strength is similar to the 12th level of the upper void stage. This is not your heaven and earth karmic dynasty. Can you escape here? If you don't want to suffer, surrender. Cough cough cough. Your Majesty. Snake Emperor looked anxious. Snake Emperor, you watch from the side. I'll do it, King of Gai said. Yes. Snake Emperor nodded with a complicated expression. It's useless to resist, Kong Xiantian said coldly. King Guai narrowed his eyes and took out a huge coffin with a flip of his hand. It was the sky-burying coffin that rescued Miao. It was also the sky-burying coffin that Li Songhai used to break the seal in the celestial realm. As soon as the sky-burying coffin appeared, a ferocious aura of death spread out. Kong Xiantian said coldly, "Didn't you use this coffin against Yang Zigu?" King of Gai did not say much. He controlled the huge sky-burying coffin and locked it on Kong Xiantian. Kong Xiantian sneered. "Ha, a mortal's dharma treasure dares to embarrass yourself in front of me? World suppression!" King of Gai shouted. Space cracks suddenly appeared around the sky-burying coffin, and they pressed down on Kong Xianshui with a wild force. Kong Xianshui struck his palm toward the sky. Bam! The palm seal shattered. Kong Xiantian immediately noticed the abnormality of the coffin. However, he soon realized something was wrong. Kong Xianshui screamed as the sky-burying coffin crushed him. The immense power caused the earth to tremble once again. Under Snake Emperor's shocked gaze, King of Gai shrunk the sky-burying coffin and placed it on his palm. Only a pile of flesh was left on the ground. Kong Xiantian, a mystic celestial, was killed by King of Gai's coffin? Just one blow? Just one blow? Your Majesty? Is this true? Snake Emperor rubbed his eyes and said in surprise. King of Gai nodded and said, "That's right. The sky-burying coffin. I did not expect it to be a grand celestial artifact." A grand celestial artifact. Grand celestial artifact? That is a celestial artifact that is more powerful than a heaven immortal artifact. Snake Emperor said in surprise. King of Gai nodded and said with relief, "Yes, no one expected the sky-burying coffin to be so powerful. With this coffin in hand, as long as we do not meet people like Jing Ming, we will be invincible in this realm." "Congratulations, Your Majesty," Snake Emperor said with a smile. King of Gai nodded. "Your Majesty, why did we leave so quickly just now? Since we have this coffin, we are not afraid of anyone. I thought Your Majesty was worried that there would be an accident and wanted to go back early." Snake Emperor was puzzled. King of Gai shook his head and said, "I don't know why, but when I was facing Yanchuan just now, the sky-burying coffin suddenly resisted, as if it wanted to escape from my control. This has never happened since the sky-burying coffin was unsealed." There are still many things about the sky-burying coffin that I have not figured out, so I did not take the risk. When it saw Yanchuan, the sky-burying coffin resisted. Snake Emperor was surprised. Once Kong Xiantian is dead, the Great Nightmare Dynasty and the Great Buddha Imperial Dynasty will not rest until one of us is dead. But it doesn't matter. Kong Mok? King of Gai said coldly, "Your Majesty, with this coffin in hand, Kong Mok will not be able to get away with it." Snake Emperor said confidently, "Let's go." King of Gai shook his head. The two of them flew towards the south. The news quickly spread to Yanjin. Yanchuan had just received the congratulations from his officials when he received the news from the south. Kong Xiantian? Kong Mok's father was killed by King of Gai's sky-burying coffin? With just one blow? Yanchuan looked at the news in his hand. Chapter 1045. Dajin Celestial Empire. The entire country was celebrating and the people of Yanjin were extremely excited. The emperor had transformed into a 1,000-foot giant to kill evil. When the deities descended, many cultivators saw the countless rays of light around the deities. They immediately recognized the deities after comparing them to the records. A large group of deities, had been driven away by the emperor. A cultivator with a good eye could see clearly that there was a hint of fear in the eyes of the deities. Even the deities were afraid of the emperor? Many people felt their blood boiling. They all felt fortunate to have settled in this celestial empire. The Dajin Celestial Empire was instantly recognized by all the people of Yanjin. The news quickly spread everywhere. While the entire country was celebrating, The official document of the grand examination hosted by the emperor in 10 years was quickly spread to all the cities in Yanjin. The emperor hosted it? The grand examination. The people of Dajin were instantly excited. The officials were busy. Yan Chuan was in the upper study, reading the memorials. Kong Shintian? Kong Mok's father was killed by the sky-bearing coffin? Just one attack? Yan Chuan looked at the information in his hands seriously. The Great Calamity Celestial Empire and the Great Buddha Imperial Empire are enemies. It's beneficial to our dynasty, Yifeng said. But that sky-bearing coffin is too powerful. Meng Wenrua said. Sky-bearing coffin? Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. In his previous life, he had obtained one when he opened the tomb of the deities. However, he did not have time to study it and only used it to bury his previous body. All right, let's not think about this for now. Yifeng. Yes, Your Majesty. The great Zhao sacred ground has collapsed. Quickly collect the 1,000 cities controlled by it. Yan Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty. Yifeng replied. When Ruo, you will be in charge of the world examination this time. Spread the net all over the world. You must help me search for outstanding talents. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Meng Wenruo replied. Other than the Julu Academy, they were the last middle-class sect in the East Divine Continent. Jin Deyu and Huoguang once again led their troops forward. Along the way, all the inferior sects surrendered one after another. The sect leaders and elders all came out to welcome Dezhen's army. Wherever the imperial court's army went, no one dared to stop them. The army slowly gathered towards the last sect, the Heaven Lake sect. Outside the Heaven Lake sect, a strong gust of wind blew, causing the Chuan and Jin flags to flutter in the wind. In the Heaven Lake sect, all the spell formations were activated. The ferocity of Bao Jin's army had not been heard for a day or two. Sect leader, surrender. Sect leader, let's fight it out with them. Sect leader, another disciple escaped. The Heaven Lake sect was in a mess. The Heaven Lake sect master was so anxious that a few strands of his hair had turned white. He stood at the top of the main peak and looked at the two commanders in the distance. Huoguang, Jin Deyu, do you really want to force the Heaven Lake sect into a dead end? The master of the Heaven Lake sect cried out in grief. Huoguang and Jin Deyu looked at each other. To the east of the Heaven Lake sect is the ocean. To the south, west and north are all the territory of the Dezhen. The Heaven Lake sect is located in the hinterland of the Dezhen. How can we allow outsiders to sleep under our beds? Just like your Heaven Lake mountain, if we set up a government office for the Dezhen, would you be willing? If you submit to the Dezhen will treat you well. Huoguang shouted in a deep voice. Submit? The master of the Heaven Lake sect's expression was extremely ugly. Sect leader, forget it. It's the same even if we go to the Dezhen. Sect leader, a warrior prefers death to humiliation. Let's fight it out with them. The two voices put the master of the Heaven Lake sect in a difficult position. The master of the Heaven Lake sect was an extremely ambitious person. He even had the ambition to establish a holy land. Now, they wanted him to submit to them? Even the great Zhao Holy Land was not so domineering back then. If he continued to fight, the Heaven Lake sect would only be annihilated. However, there was still a glimmer of hope. If he did not fight, he would not be satisfied. Just as the master of the Heaven Lake sect was in a difficult position, a figure flew over from the top of a mountain in the distance. It was a man in a green robe. He held a green feather fan in his hand and looked at the Heaven Lake sect with a cold gaze. Master Li, is everything settled? Huoguang smiled and asked. Yes, now only the Heaven Lake sect is left. Li Si smiled. Li Si's appearance was nothing to Huoguang. However, in the eyes of the Heaven Lake sect disciples, he was like a monstrous demon. Li Si? It's Li Si, the violent Zhen Li Si? The Li Si who killed millions of people? He's the Li Si who destroyed the Li family? The Li family? The Li family is here. In an instant, the Heaven Lake sect was in an uproar again. When they saw Huoguang and Jin Deyu, they still had the ambition to fight. However, when they saw Li Si, Many of them collapsed because Li Si's methods were too cruel. Resist? Fine, if you resist, your entire family will be destroyed. Some of the cultivators were very hot-blooded and did not hesitate to sacrifice themselves. Therefore, when faced with a powerful cultivator like Huoguang, they were also prepared to sacrifice themselves. But what about Li Si? If you resist him, he will kill your wife and children, kill your parents, and even issue an arrest warrant for the whole world to hunt you down. Which hero could stand it? Even if they did not think for themselves, they had to think for their parents. When they thought of their wives and children being killed, when they thought of their children being killed, when they thought of their children and grandchildren being killed, the hearts of all the heroes turned cold. Master, let's surrender. Master, don't resist anymore. Master, my son is innocent. Master, you just had a grandson. Are you going to watch him die under a butcher's knife? The master of the Heaven Lake sect felt sad. His ambition could not withstand Li Si's command. Withdraw the formation and welcome the angel. The master of the Heaven Lake sect said gloomily, Long live the Holy One. Long live the Holy One. Long live the Holy One. Before the soldiers of the great Shen dynasty could react, the disciples of the Heaven Lake sect were already crying tears of joy and cheering. The master of the Heaven Lake sect was speechless. These fence-sitters fell too quickly. The two commanders looked at each other and finally looked at Li Si. Master Li, you're still the best. Jin Deyu laughed bitterly. They thought that there would be a fierce battle. They did not expect Li Si to scare the disciples of the Heaven Lake sect. Li Si was very satisfied. Boom boom boom. In the Heaven Lake sect, the fate energy rolled and flowed quickly towards the Great Shen dynasty. Jiulu Academy. Behind Meng Ling Tian were 5 immortals. They looked towards the southeast. The 5 of them looked at each other and finally frowned. Other than the Jiulu Academy, all the sects in the East Divine Continent are almost unified. An immortal said with a complicated expression. Most importantly, how old is this Yan Chuan? Another immortal said with a complicated expression. How old? Everyone had seen Yan Chuan's information. 108 years old? 108 years old might be the limit for mortals. But for these immortals, it was just the time to play a game of chess or go into seclusion. And in this short period of time, all the major powers of the East Divine Continent had been wiped out. And Yan Chuan had risen from a mortal to an enemy of the entire world, laying down a huge foundation. Ambitious? Ambitious was not enough to describe Yan Chuan. The speed of his rise could only be described as shocking. Seniors? Meng Ling Tian frowned. One of the immortals shook his head and said, logically speaking, the Jiulu Academy is still allied with the Great Shen dynasty. He won't attack us. Furthermore, the appearance of the Lotus God is also telling us something. Meng Ling Tian looked at the immortal. The appearance of the Lotus God is unavoidable in the immortal world. An unprecedented calamity is coming. It might even be as tragic as the great calamity of the Antiquity Age. The immortal said with an ugly expression. Although the Great Shen dynasty rose quickly, they might not be able to withstand this calamity. We don't have to do anything for now. The Jiulu Academy has a foundation in the immortal world established by our founder, Dongfang Bubi. Let's wait and see. The immortal said in a low voice. Everyone nodded. Right, Meng Ling Tian. That girl Meng Rongrong's comprehension of the Tao of the Zither is too amazing. An immortal suddenly looked at Meng Ling Tian. Meng Ling Tian said bitterly, yes, even I can only reach the 3rd note of the 8 notes of the heavenly demon. She managed to connect them all in just a few decades. 8 notes? 8 notes of the heavenly demon? You're not the one teaching her now. She's the one teaching you. An immortal laughed. Meng Ling Tian smiled bitterly. I can only reach the 4th note of the 8 notes of the 8 notes of the heavenly demon. I can't go any further. Meng Ling Tian, why don't you help us ask? An immortal said with a smile. Meng Ling Tian shook his head. I did, but her theory overturns our previous methods. Oh, when I was teaching her, I told her that she had to sever her emotions in order to comprehend. But after she perfected it, she told me that I was wrong. She didn't have to sever her emotions. Instead, she had to reach the realm of grand oblivion. Grand oblivion? Isn't that just severing her emotions? No, oblivion isn't severing her emotions. It's a state of seeming emotions. Forgetting doesn't mean that they don't exist. Instead, it makes the emotions stronger and stronger. It becomes as deep as the sea and as deep as the sky. Forgetting and not forgetting are indistinguishable. This is grand oblivion, Meng Lingtian explained. The group of immortals. The Great Jin Celestial Empire had almost unified the East Divine Continent. Like a plague, it spread rapidly in all directions. At the same time, under Yen Chuan's arrangements, Upper Void Realm experts led batches of Great Jin's recruitment officials to the various divine continents. They spread the news of the Great Jin Celestial Empire and recruited talents from all over the world. North Divine Continent. Pa. Yao Tianshang smashed a chair beside him. How ambitious of Yen Chuan to recruit examinees. He has even recruited all of us to the Northern Divine Continent. Yao Tianshang said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Ju boiled a pot of tea at the side. She was not angry, but said quietly, "This Yen Chuan is so ambitious. Ju, you and I were at the 12th tier of the Upper Void Realm in our previous lives. As long as you recover your cultivation, you can become a heavenly immortal." That day, Yang Zigu was at most a heavenly immortal. Yen Chuan might not be a match for us, Yao Tianshang said in a low voice. Ju shook her head slightly. No, I'm not afraid of Yen Chuan. But our emperor dynasty is not as good as the Celestial Empire. We don't have many chances. Yao Tianshang narrowed his eyes and nodded. Not many chances. The chance for the emperor dynasty to ascend to the Celestial Empire was indeed not many. At least in this world, there weren't many. Chapter 1046. 8 days of leave, 9 days of leave. Happy New Year. The Great Jin Celestial Empire's first world examination was open to all who were willing to become officials. The world was in an uproar when the news came out. Because the world's mindset was still stuck in the era of sects, they were still unfamiliar with the dynasty model. A sect model only recognized its own disciples. Outsiders were only allowed to be guests at most and were not allowed to interfere with the sect's activities. However, countries were different. The Great Jin Celestial Empire was even more accepting. As long as one had the ability and could contribute to the Great Jin Celestial Empire, the Great Jin Celestial Empire would recognize them and be willing to let them take charge and participate in the decision-making of the Great Jin Celestial Empire. In an instant, countless cultivators flocked to the Great Jin Celestial Empire. Yen Chuan was also preparing for the world examination in Yen capital. In the Chaotian Palace, during the morning assembly. Wenrua, it will definitely be crowded. You will set the agenda and make the first batch of eliminations. Yen Chuan said to Meng Wenrua. Yes, Your Majesty. Meng Wenrua nodded. Just as Yen Chuan nodded, the Great Jin Celestial Empire's providence cloud suddenly churned. Yen Chuan's expression changed. He slowly stood up. Everyone in the hall was puzzled. Yen Chuan slowly stepped down from the dragon altar and walked out of the Chaotian Palace. The officials in the Chaotian Palace were curious. They followed behind Yen Chuan and slowly walked out. Standing in the square of the Chaotian Palace, Yen Chuan looked at the providence cloud. Then, Yen Chuan turned to the west. Your Majesty, something big happened in the west? Yi Feng asked curiously. A celestial empire was born in the west. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Celestial Empire? The Great Buddha Empire? Yi Feng's face sank. That's right, it's the Great Buddha Empire. Kongmok? Ha, it's really like drinking poison to quench thirst. Yen Chuan sighed. Yi Feng and the others thought for a while and immediately understood. Kongmok severed one of his arms. Did he seize the karmic position of heaven and earth of the 10,000 Buddha's holy ground? Meng Wenrua's expression changed. Rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. Kong Mo may be useless in external affairs, but he is ruthless in internal affairs. Li Si sighed. Your Majesty? With the sudden change in the west, Should our great Shen plan? Feng asked. There's no need for that. The West, the great Buddha's celestial dynasty? We have long made arrangements. The most important thing now is still the world examination. Yan Chuan said solemnly. The West had already made arrangements? Yi Feng, Li Si, and Meng Wenrua were all astonished. The three of them were all extremely capable. They knew about the relationship between the Great Buddha Empire and the Great Buddha Empire. Hence, they understood that it was impossible for them to infiltrate the Great Buddha Empire. However, the emperor said that he had already made arrangements. The three of them looked on in admiration. The West, Great Buddha Celestial Empire. Long live the Holy One. Long live the Holy One. The officials of the Great Buddha Empire cheered excitedly. On the huge dragon platform, Kong Imoka looked at the officials with great satisfaction. You may rise. Kong Imoka laughed. Thank you, Your Majesty. The officials congratulated him. From today onward, the city of 10,000 Buddhas will be the capital of the Great Buddha Empire. Kong Imoka said loudly. The officials congratulated him. In the distance, at the peak of a mountain, Kong Daoqiu, a group of Confucian scholars and monks looked ahead. The eyes of the group of monks were filled with resentment, but they were also filled with helplessness. Kong Daoqiu's expression was ugly. The four immortals behind him also had complicated expressions. Kong Daoqiu, why did you let him? An immortal said with a complicated expression. What's done can't be undone. Instead of losing the karmic ranking, why don't we just give it to him? Kong Daoqiu said with an ugly expression. The group of immortals felt bitter. The 10,000 Buddhas' sacred ground. It took us so much effort to cultivate it, but that bastard Kong Imoku stole it. Kong Imoku doesn't have the ability to deal with the outer sections. He specialized in stealing from the inner sections. Kong Imoku? We might have been wrong about him back then. Forget it. The old ancestor has tacitly agreed. Let's see how he develops. The immortals were dissatisfied with Kong Imoku. Kong Daoqiu frowned and thought about it. In the end, he said nothing and led everyone back. In the distance, Kong Imoku slowly looked over from the dragon throne in the Great Buddha Empire. After everyone left, Kong Imoku heaved a sigh of relief. Prophet, it's all thanks to you that the Great Buddha's advancement this time. Of course, I won't forget you. From today onwards, the Prophet Buddha will be conferred the title of first-class prophet. He will be rewarded with 10 ninth-tier magic treasures and 100 celestial stones. Kong Mok rewarded. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Prophet Buddha said bitterly. The Prophet Buddha was helpless against betraying the Buddhist sect. The Great Buddha has just been decided. Dear officials, do you have any suggestions for the future of the Great Buddha? Kong Imoka looked at the officials and asked. The officials fell silent. Suddenly, at the end of the line, a man stepped out and said, I have something to report. Feng Shao? Kong Imoku frowned and looked at the official at the end of the line. Feng Shao was the grandson of the Dai sect, the original sect leader of Yan Chuan's father, Feng Tairen. After his father, Feng Tianyu, committed suicide, he left the Dai sect and never returned. He had been a wastrel, and now he was an official of the Great Buddha Empire, although he was at the very end. Kong Imoku still looked at Feng Shao with suspicion. I know that Your Majesty has some great enemies, but I feel that our Great Buddha Empire needs to unite the West Divine Continent as soon as possible and use the power of the Divine Continent to fight the world. Feng Shao said. Kong Imoka thought that Feng Shao would advise him to deal with Yan Chuan. He did not expect Feng Shao to say this. The Prophet Buddha did not trust Feng Shao, but after thinking about it, he finally nodded. Because Feng Shao's words were the best decision. Your Majesty, Official Feng's words are exactly what I think. Only when the Great Buddha Empire is strong can we fight all enemies. The Prophet Buddha said. Kong Imoku nodded and looked at Feng Shao with suspicion. The Great Buddha Empire's promotion made all the experts in the world feel that something was wrong. In the North Divine Continent, Zhu and Yao Tianshang stepped out of the palace and looked to the southwest. In the South Divine Continent, King Gai stepped out of the palace and looked to the northwests. In the Central Divine Continent, Meng Sansheng stroked the primordial gourd and looked to the west with narrowed eyes. In the Julu Academy, Meng Lingtian and the others also looked to the west with serious expressions. In a valley, the emperor sat cross-legged on a large rock. 12 disciples stood respectfully in front of him. The emperor suddenly looked to the west and then to the east. He frowned slightly. "Master, the Yong 8 sabers. We have already grasped all of them," a disciple said with a smile. The emperor turned his head and looked at the disciples. "Master left 10 sabers on the back mountain. Study them well. Master will return in a few years," the emperor said in a low voice. "Yes," the 12 disciples answered. The emperor stepped into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After the emperor left, the 12 disciples seemed to be relieved. "Why hasn't Master smiled before?" a female disciple asked curiously. "How would I know?" However, even though the heroes of the present age have been bragged about, no one can compare to Master. A disciple said proudly. "Nonsense. Who doesn't know that it's our fortune to be able to become Master's disciple? What's Master's cultivation base now?" Master might be at the perfection upper void stage. 12th level upper void stage. Of course. Otherwise, how could he have killed a human immortal with 1 saber? Everyone nodded. Right, Master only left 10 sabers. Could it be? A disciple said with a frown. "It's not like you don't know Master's saber technique. Although we were born with the saber physique, we are still far from Master's. Master said that 10 sabers are enough for us to learn for a while. It must be a while. Learn well and cherish it." "Yes, eldest senior brother," the group answered. East Divine Continent, Yen capital. In the upper study room, Tan Lang was the only one standing in front of Yen Chuan. "Tan Lang, you and Huoguang already call each other brothers?" Yen Chuan said with a smile. Tan Lang used to be a wolf child. He was rescued by Yen Chuan and Huoguang and taken in as a disciple by Huoguang. He was loyal to Yen Chuan. "Yes, eldest brother asked for it. But in my heart, no matter how I address you, His Majesty and eldest brother are the people I respect the most in my life." Tan Lang said solemnly. "Yes, I've already asked Huoguang to relieve you of your military position." Yen Chuan nodded. "His Majesty, is it because I didn't do well? I'll definitely change." Tan Lang panicked. Yen Chuan shook his head and said, "No, I relieved you of your military position because there's a more important thing for you to do." "Yes, His Majesty, please instruct me. I want you to search the world for 3,000 children with excellent physiques and bones to cultivate a group of personal guards for me. They will also be my trump card. They will only have one belief, and that is to be loyal to Dejun." Yen Chuan said solemnly. "Personal guards?" Tan Lang's expression changed. "You'll be the leader of the personal guards. Remember, you'll only be responsible to me for these 3,000 personal guards. I've already told Huoguang that he won't ask you. As the leader of these 3,000 personal guards, they will be my killing weapon, the strongest killing weapon." Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Tan Lang's expression changed, and he immediately understood. "Yes, Your Majesty. This subject will definitely train a peerless killing machine for Your Majesty. Their goal is to remove all obstacles for Your Majesty. They live and die for Your Majesty. They are His Majesty's personal guards." "His Majesty, why don't we call the personal guards the Terracotta Army?" Tan Lang asked. Yen Chuan was slightly surprised, but finally nodded and said, "All right. I'll do my best. I beseech His Majesty to equip the Terracotta Army with the strongest weapons. Of course. When I enter the heavenly secret realm in the next dream, these 3,000 terracotta soldiers will follow me into the heavenly secret realm." Tan Lang replied. Tan Lang went to the 4 directions to prepare the terracotta army for Yen Chuan. However, Meng Wenrua and Yi Feng brought a new piece of news. "His Majesty, a person has appeared after the selection of the heavenly secret realm." Yi Feng smiled and said. Yen Chuan was slightly curious. Does His Majesty still remember Jean Diu's sect, the Great Winged Heaven School? His Majesty used spiritual stones to move the entire Great Winged Heaven School. The Great Collapse Plan was like a tsunami that destroyed the Great Winged Heaven School? Yi Feng smiled and said, "How was it?" At that time, there was a person who saw through His Majesty's plan. Later on, we tricked him and forced him to leave. His Majesty has been looking for that person, but he was nowhere to be found. Today, Lord Meng and I met him. Yi Feng smiled and said, "In Hentian?" Yen Chuan's expression changed. Although he had only heard of this person, Yen Chuan still remembered him clearly. It could be said that this person had seen through the Great Collapse Plan early on. Unfortunately, after this person was expelled from the Great Winged Heaven School, his whereabouts were unknown. This made Yen Chuan feel regretful. Yes, this person is also participating in the heavenly secret realm. Chapter 1047. In Hentian? Yes, this person is also participating in this year's examination. A light flashed in Yen Chuan's eyes. Although he wasn't clear about In Hentian's ability, he knew that he was the only one out of hundreds of millions of people who saw through the collapse plan. How could Yen Chuan not be excited? "Your Majesty, do you wish to see him?" Yi Feng asked with a smile. "No need. Since I am the host of the examination, I naturally have to uphold justice for the Great Jin Empire. Since he is here, it is enough." Yen Chuan shook his head. "Yes, Your Majesty." Yi Feng nodded. Other than In Hentian, many talents have come from all over the world. Southern Divine Continent, West Divine Continent, Central Divine Continent, and North Divine Continent. Many of the recorded talents have abandoned their respective divine continents to come to the East Divine Continent. Yi Feng said excitedly, "The heroes of the world are all in my grasp." Yen Chuan sighed, his eyes filled with emotion. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Everyone bowed. Yen Chuan tapped his dragon throne lightly. After some thought, he said, "The examination is not just about these talents. It is also about the Great Jin Empire." After Yen Chuan finished speaking, Yi Feng, Li Si, Meng Wenrua, and the others all raised their eyebrows. "Your Majesty, are you worried that the experts of the various divine continents will come to disrupt the examination?" Li Si raised an eyebrow. Yen Chuan nodded lightly. West Divine Continent. Kong Lu Academy. Kong Daoqiu stood at the peak of the academy, looking at the great Buddha celestial empire in the distance with a complicated expression. Kong Daoqiu held a bamboo scroll with the words, "Spring and Autumn" written on it. His eyes narrowed. In the day when the great Buddha celestial empire was established, a group of immortals from the Kong family had scolded Kong Mok, but Kong Daoqiu had suppressed them. On the surface, Kong Daoqiu supported Kong Mok, but in his heart he was filled with doubts. Just like that, Kong Daoqiu stood from night to dawn. For the entire night, Kong Daoqiu's expression kept changing. It was only when the first ray of the morning sun that Kong Daoqiu's face turned resolute. Stepping forward, Kong Daoqiu flew to a valley in the distance. It was a forbidden ground for the Kong family. Even the immortals of the Kong family. Kong Daoqiu landed at the mouth of the valley. "Daoqiu, requesting an audience." Kong Daoqiu said. There was no response from the valley, but Kong Daoqiu wasn't in a hurry. He waited patiently for 2 hours before a voice could be heard. "Kong Daoqiu? Hadn't the Lotus Goddess been forced out of this world?" "Daoqiu, Li Daoqiu, Daoqiu." "Daoqiu? Oh, old ancestor." Kong Mok stole the karmic position of heaven and earth of the thousand Buddhas' holy ground and established the great Buddha celestial empire. This is an act that will bring disaster to the Kong family. Please give the order for the Kong family to step in and take down the great Buddha celestial empire. Kong Daoqiu said solemnly. The elder ancestor's surprised voice came from the valley. "Old ancestor, Kong Mok is too reliant on the clan. However, he is cold-blooded by nature and has a tendency to backfire. The myriad Buddha holy ground is an example of this." Kong Daoqiu said solemnly. "Backlash nature? Daoqiu, you worry too much. Kong Mok is the descendant of the Kong family. Didn't the All Buddha's holy ground nurture him into a karmic rank of heaven and earth so that the Kong family could use him? Back then, it was precisely for this purpose. Why would there be a backlash?" The old ancestor said in a deep voice. Old ancestor, the difference is that the All Buddha's holy ground has become a part of the Kong family after all these years of governance. It is a flexible arm that listens to the Kong family's orders. However, this arm should not be removed by Kong Mok. If he had the ability, he could have gone to the other holy grounds to fight for it. Why would he remove our own arm? Compared to Dao Chio's grandson, the difference between the two is too great. Kong Dao Chio advised. Yan Chuan? He is just an outsider. The old ancestor said in a deep voice. But half of his blood runs in the Kong family. Old ancestor, I wonder if you have heard of rare goods worth hoarding? Yan Chuan is that rare good, while Kong Mok is just an ordinary good. Why would we let go of the rare good and protect the ordinary good? The value of rare goods is constantly rising. No matter how much the ordinary good is praised, they are still worthless. Old ancestor, it is not too late to cripple Kong Mok. Kong Dao Chio shouted. Enough. The old ancestor's impatient voice suddenly sounded. Kong Dao Chio stopped talking. You were the one who presided over the crown prince selection. Are you going back on your word now? The old ancestor said in a deep voice. Kong Dao Chio's expression turned ugly. Back then, my daughter should have been the first choice for the crown prince selection. If my daughter Susu was still alive, it would only be a matter of time before she became the new crown prince. Unfortunately, Susu was too devoted to her feelings. She married Yen Tao and got pregnant. She voluntarily gave up the crown prince selection. Old ancestor, you know how capable Susu is. When she was alive, Kong Mok was no match for her. Susu voluntarily gave up the crown prince selection, and Kong Mok took advantage of it, but he was unwilling to let Susu go. Old ancestor, Susu gave up everything, but you listened to Kong Mok and his son's slanderous words and told Dao Chio not to interfere. When Susu was forced to death by Kong Mok, Dao Chio suffered silently for the sake of the family. I gave everything to the family, but now, Kong Mok is indeed useless. Old ancestor, Dao Chio does not want to make the same mistake again. Impudent. The old ancestor's cold voice came from the valley. Are you blaming me? The old ancestor asked coldly. Dao Chio does not dare. Kong Dao Chio lowered his head. If you don't dare? I see that you are getting bolder and bolder. I know that Kong Susu's death has troubled you, but Kong Susu was disobedient and betrayed the family. She deserved to be killed. As for Kong Mok, I am very satisfied that he established the Heavenly Empire. Don't bother about this matter in the future. All right, you can go back. The old ancestor said coldly. Kong Dao Chio looked at the valley, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Yes. Kong Dao Chio left, and a few days later, he went to the great Buddha dynasty again. The Prophet Buddha received him. The Prophet Buddha was no longer in the 10,000 Buddha's holy ground, and his name no longer existed. He was now the great Buddha dynasty's first-class prophet. Greetings, family head Kong. The prophet said solemnly. Zhao Xianji, where is Kong Mok? Kong Dao Chio asked solemnly. His Majesty is in seclusion. Does family head Kong have any instructions for me? The Prophet Buddha smiled. Kong Dao Chio looked at Zhao Xianji, and a cold sneer appeared on his face. Prophet Buddha, I really didn't expect that the 10,000 Buddha's holy ground would be destroyed in your hands. Zhao Xianji's face twitched, and a trace of sadness and helplessness could be seen on his face. Family head Kong has misunderstood. The 10,000 Buddha's holy ground's fate has come to an end. This one does not have the ability to do so. You don't have the ability? Kong Dao Chio sneered. Zhao Xianji frowned, and his expression turned ugly. Just as he was about to say something, Kong Dao Chio interrupted him. All right, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. When the 10,000 Buddha's holy ground was first established, there was a Buddha Saraira. This Saraira was the foundation of the 10,000 Buddha's holy ground. Before my Kong family entered this world, it was the source of Buddhism. Although the 10,000 Buddha's holy ground was under my Kong family's control, my Kong family had never touched the Buddha Saraira. This was to prevent Buddhism from being led astray by my Kong family. Now that the 10,000 Buddha's holy ground is no more, hand over the Buddha Saraira. At the very least, we can create another Buddhism holy ground. Kong Daoqiu said solemnly. What? Buddha prophet, you're going to betray Buddhism, and you're going to betray it completely? You're even going to extinguish the Buddhism holy ground? Kong Daoqiu asked solemnly. Zhao Xianji's expression changed. In the end, he said solemnly, since the Kong family doesn't want to mess with Goddess Jichen's wishes, then don't have any ideas about the Buddha Saraira. Kong Daoqiu's expression turned cold. The Buddha Saraira had already disappeared into the horizon when the 10,000 Buddhas' holy ground collapsed. It's no longer in our hands. Zhao Xianji shook his head. Is that so? Kong Daoqiu asked coldly. Zhao Xianji said firmly. Kong Daoqiu looked at Zhao Xianji coldly for a while, then flicked his sleeves and left with a cold snort. Watching Kong Daoqiu leave, Zhao Xianji's expression was complicated. After all, Zhao Xianji was once a devout Buddhism holy ground disciple, but today he had come to this point. Zhao Xianji shook his head bitterly. In the great Buddha dynasty, inside a secret chamber in the 10,000 Buddhas palace. The secret chamber was surrounded by all kinds of restrictions and formations to prevent the aura of the secret chamber from leaking. In the secret chamber, a fist-sized golden stone was placed in front of Kong Mok. The golden stone emitted a gentle golden light, and on the surface of the golden light, there were many golden swastikas. They were faintly discernible, and the Buddhist aura lingered. Buddha's Saraira? It had already been half a year, but he was still unable to assimilate it? Humph, since I can't refine you completely, I'll break you apart and refine you piece by piece. Kong Mok's eyes flashed with a hint of savagery. Boom, boom, boom. Kong Mo Ku attacked fiercely, continuously shattering the swastika golden pattern. This lasted for 3 whole days. A crack suddenly appeared on the Buddha's Saraira. The countless swastikas from the Buddhist relic rapidly rushed towards the crack as though they were trying to block it. However, a gentle white light emitted from the crack. The moment the white light appeared, it constantly melted the swastikas. The number of swastikas continued to decrease as they were melted away by the white light. Kong Mok looked at this scene with a complicated expression, as though he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The countless swastikas slowly condensed into the light figure of a bald Buddha. In the light figure, the bald Buddha had a sorrowful expression as he looked at the Buddha's Saraira. In the end, he revealed a bitter expression. You are the Buddha? Kong Mok looked at the light figure in shock. The light figure turned to look at Kong Mok and smiled bitterly. A fate. This lord used all his cultivation to seal this white lotus. Who would have thought that it would be broken by you, and the calamity of the world would come again? So, today I will be destroyed. I only hope that everyone in the world can live with their lives. Boom. The light figure had just finished speaking when it suddenly exploded. In the blink of an eye, not even a speck of dust was left. In its original place, a pure white and delicate little lotus flower had appeared. The white lotus flower emitted a soft white light, illuminating the entire secret room in circles. Looking at it felt like a dream. I am back again. To think that it is still this world. Interesting. Suddenly, a chuckle came from the white lotus. The white lotus spoke? Kong Mok's expression changed. For you, I am the lotus deity. Brat, do you want endless, boundless strength? A faint bewitching voice came from the white lotus. Lotus deity? A few years ago, the myriad wonders demonic lotus that possessed Mohina Dojin and Yangzigu had connected to the lotus deity's voice. This was the voice of the lotus deity. The lotus deity descended once again. Chapter 1048. Great Buddha Dynasty, Million Buddha City. Inside the palace's secret chamber, Kong Mok looked at the pure white lotus in front of him, and his expression flickered. Lotus God. Kong Mok sucked in a breath of cold air. Last time, Kong Mok didn't go, but he knew that the heroes of the world had surrounded the Lotus God. The Lotus God, as a puppet, had defeated almost all of them. Kong Mok's memory of the Lotus God was still fresh. Kid, do you want endless power? The Lotus God's voice came from the white lotus. The Lotus God did not rush him, and he waited patiently. The 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus exuded a nefarious aura, but this white lotus doesn't. Are you that lotus god? Kong Mok frowned and asked. 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus? How can the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus compare to this white lotus? The 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus is something I casually made. Of course, this white lotus is also something I casually made, but it's 10 times more exquisite than the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. Do you know what 10 times means? The lotus god said calmly. What? With the same physique, the white lotus can allow me to instill 10 times more energy into you than the black lotus. The lotus god said calmly. 10 times? That day, all the experts in the world added together could not compare to Yang Zigu. Now, on the basis of Yang Zigu's strength, it could increase by 10 times? Kong Mok's breathing quickened. However, Kong Mok also understood that the lotus deity was a huge disaster. Even the Kong family's old ancestor was wary of it. Wanting this power was equivalent to going against the world? I've seen you before. The first time was at the Great Revelation Holy Ground. You led a group of people to the Great Revelation Holy Ground, intending to subdue the Great Revelation Holy Ground, but in the end, you returned empty-handed? The lotus god tempted. The moment the lotus god spoke, Kong Mok's face sank. Returned empty-handed? More than that, it could be said that the last 2 times Kong Mok roamed the world, he was trampled by the experts of the world. The first time, the Great Revelation Holy Ground, Feng Yinyang, Yao Tiansheng, Mohina Dojin, Yan Chuan, Meng Ziqiu, and Huang. The second time, the Archaic Mysteries sect, Yan Chuan, Zhu, Renshu, Dongfang Jingpai, and the ministers of Dajin. Even his own father had been killed by King Yugai. Sacrificing himself for others and severing the White Lotus connection with the Lotus God for the world? Was this a joke? Kong Mok greets Senior Lotus God. Many thanks to Senior for valuing Mok. Kong Mok immediately said respectfully, all right, I'll give you boundless power. Let you stand at the top of the world. Let all living beings in the world bow before you. Lotus God smiled. Buzz. The white lotus trembled slightly before it slowly flew toward Kong Mok. It entered Kong Mok's body. Kong Mok's body suddenly emitted a white light. The white lotus baptized Kong Mok's body again and again. Gradually, a white lotus appeared above Kong Mok's head. The lotus slowly rotated, releasing a gentle light. The southern divine continent had suffered a great tragedy. The imperial capital, Wei City. In the imperial court of Wei City. Your Majesty, reports have come in from all over the southern divine continent. Large numbers of talents have been sent away to the east divine continent in batches. Li Songhai stepped forward and reported, Your Majesty, Dajin's actions are too overbearing. Not only did they recruit people from the East Divine Continent in a single examination, they even extended their hands to the Southern Divine Continent. Another minister said in a low voice. The ministers were indignant. On the dragon throne, King Yugai wore a flat imperial crown and a dragon robe. His skeletal fingers extended from his sleeves and gently tapped the armrest of the dragon throne. Li Songhai, King Yugai said in a low voice. Yes. Why did Dajin almost unify the East Divine Continent in such a short time? Why is your progress so slow when I assigned you to manage the Southern Divine Continent? The vast Southern Divine Continent only occupies a third of the continent? King Yugai asked in a low voice. Li Songhai's expression turned ugly, but he still said, Your Majesty, please forgive me. This is the Yang realm. Most of the high-ranking officials and generals of the Great Tragedy Heaven are dead spirits. Using dead spirits to control living beings has caused great resistance in the hearts of living beings. That is why our progress has been slow. Furthermore, this world has returned to the immortal world. We have no dead spirits to replenish our ranks, so our expansion has been slower. Proved. King Yugai said in a low voice. Secondly, in order to break open the gates to the immortal world, I sacrificed many experts of the Southern Divine Continent. I made a mistake. Although I killed many experts of the Southern Divine Continent and reduced the resistance of expanding our territory, I lost the hearts of the people because of this. I could not be like the East Divine Continent, where I could conquer 100 territories just by subduing a sect leader. The Great Tragedy Heaven Dynasty subdued 100 cities after subduing a large number of sect leaders. We could not subdue their plans. Furthermore, there was a natural barrier between living beings and dead spirits. It was difficult to subdue them. We could only subdue the Southern Divine Continent with subduing the Great Tragedy Heaven Dynasty with subduing the Great Tragedy Heaven Dynasty with subduing a continent with subduing the Great Tragedy Heaven Dynasty much faster than us. Li Songhai sighed softly. King Yu Gai's fingers tapped lightly on the dragon throne. Cough, 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 cough. Suddenly, a series of coughs could be heard from the ministers. Your Majesty! The Snake Emperor stepped forward. Oh! Cough, 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 Your Majesty, you don't have to be troubled. Although the Great Perfection Examination is to search for talents, it is to seek the path of annihilation. The Snake Emperor said as he coughed. Seek the path of annihilation? Li Songhai was slightly taken aback. Then his eyes lit up. Your Majesty, the Great Perfection Examination this time is too overbearing. Searching for talents in the world? How can the heroes of the various continents be allowed to do as they wish? The slightest mistake will cause the Great Perfection's reputation to crumble. The Snake Emperor said solemnly, I agree. Li Songhai immediately smiled. King Yu Gai nodded and said, You are right. The examination of the world? On the day of the examination, I will go and take back the talents of the Southern Divine Continent. The Northern Divine Continent. The Yao Imperial Dynasty. In the study, Zhu and Yao Tianshang sat on the main seats. A group of important ministers of the Yao Imperial Dynasty stood below them. Your Majesty, Yao Tianshang, the Great Perfection Examination has kidnapped many talents from the Northern Divine Continent this time. Spider King said with a frown. Yao Tianshang frowned slightly and said, What is Yan Chuan doing? Does he want to make the entire world his enemy? Zhu thought for a moment. He took a deep breath and said, Yun Exen? The former sect leader of the Archaic Mysteries sect, Yun Exen, frowned slightly and said, Your Majesty, the Archaic Mysteries sect once promised that they would not calculate the Great Perfection Examination for 1,000 years. Your Majesty, please. All right. When the time comes, we will go and take a look. The examination of the Great Perfection Examination? This Yan Chuan is so bold. Zhu said in a low voice. Yes. Yun Xian nodded. The Western Divine Continent. Kong Daoqiu held a document in his hand. He stood at the highest peak of the Confucius Lu Academy and looked to the east. The examination of the world? Kong Daoqiu frowned. After a moment of silence, Kong Daoqiu took a deep breath and said, How bold? The fish dragon transformation? If he passes, he will prosper. If he fails, he will fall. Yan Chuan? You are even bolder than Susu back then. Sai, why can't the old ancestor accept Yan Chuan? If the Kong family gets this child and borrows the Kong family's power, they will be able to rule the world in less than 1,000 years. Kong Daoqiu sighed. The great Buddha Heavenly Empire, the city of 10,000 Buddhas. Evil arts? Stealing images means death in 21 days? Kong Mok looked to the east and frowned. That's right, but you can try your luck. Perhaps this will be the end of the Great Perfection. The Lotus God's voice came from Kong Mok's body. Kong Mok's expression changed. No need. Wait for me to become stronger first. Wait for me to become stronger, then I will go. Kong Mok shook his head. The Lotus God's voice revealed a trace of satisfaction. Kong Mok was inferior to Yan Chuan because of this. Although he was born noble, his courage was far inferior to Yan Chuan's. It was precisely because he lacked this courage that he was the puppet that the Lotus God wanted the most. The Middle Divine Continent. Meng Sansheng carried a huge gourd on his back and looked to the east with a complicated expression. Then, Meng Sansheng's expression turned serious. In a valley in the Middle Divine Continent, the emperor returned and looked at his 12 disciples. Master, we have fully comprehended the 10 slashes. One of the disciples shouted excitedly. The emperor looked at them and took a deep breath. Settle your affairs. In 3 days, Follow me to the East Divine Continent. After this, we will go to the Celestial World. The Celestial World? Everyone's expressions suddenly brightened. A girl who was more sensitive asked, Master, why are we going to the East Divine Continent? Is there anything important? The Emperor's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes flashed with a complicated expression. Is Master going to meet someone? The female disciple asked again. Master's enemy? The Emperor said in a deep voice. Master's enemy? The 12 disciples' expressions suddenly became serious. Master, don't worry. We will do our best to kill the enemy for Master. The 12 disciples immediately expressed their attitude. The Emperor frowned and said irritably, It's none of your business. The 12 disciples were slightly stunned. They were at a loss. Master's enemy? Why would revenge make Master so irritated? The 12 disciples said no more. 10 years seemed to be a long time, but for these cultivators, it was a blink of an eye. 9th of September. Great Jin Celestial Empire, Yanjing, Chaonan Palace. Long live His Majesty. The ministers bowed respectfully. Yen Chuan wore a black jade crown and a black golden dragon robe as he overlooked the ministers in the palace. Meng Wenruo stepped forward. Reporting to His Majesty, we have already done a preliminary selection for this examination. Outside the Chaotian Palace, there are a total of 500,000 outstanding talents waiting for His Majesty to decide. Meng Wenruo said solemnly. Yen Chuan looked at Meng Wenruo and nodded. Wenruo, you have worked hard this time. Such a huge project was completed in a short 10 years. I am very pleased. His Majesty is too kind. This is my job. Meng Wenruo immediately said. Well, then follow me to see these 500,000 outstanding talents. Yen Chuan smiled with satisfaction. Yen Chuan stood up and walked down the dragon platform. He slowly walked toward the entrance of the Chaoyan Palace. The ministers followed behind and slowly walked out of the main hall. Soon, they reached the entrance of the Chaotian Palace. Yen Chuan stood at the front, and the ministers lined up behind him. Standing at the entrance of the Chaotian Palace, Yen Chuan looked at the vast square in front of him. 500,000 people filled up the vast square. Some had weapons on their backs, some had clothes that fluttered in the wind. All kinds of people were lined up in an orderly manner. Seeing Yen Chuan step forward, almost everyone showed a trace of worship. After all, Yen Chuan had conquered the Nuo River in a short 100 years. Not to mention that there would be no one in the future, at least no one in the past. Greetings to His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. The 500,000 outstanding talents all congratulated. Chapter 1049. Greetings, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. The 500,000 candidates who had passed the preliminary round bowed respectfully. Yen Chuan stood at the entrance of the Skyward Hall and looked at the 500,000 candidates. Yen Chuan's heart skipped a beat as if he had sensed something. This feeling was similar to when Li Si bowed to him in the past. Yen Chuan cautiously scanned everyone's body once again. This feeling again? When Li Si bowed to me, it happened too. Could it be someone I knew in my past life? Yen Chuan guessed. Soon. I have a feeling that when I reach the immortal realm, I will be able to unlock all the memories of my past life. Although I don't know much about it now, since you have entered the Great Jin, I believe that you must be a genius. Yen Chuan thought to himself. Huoguang, Yifeng, Jin Deyu, Meng Wenruo, Li Si, Bai Ditian, and the other officials of the Great Jin Empire all looked at Yen Chuan. The 500,000 candidates also looked at Yen Chuan. Even the people of Yanjing stopped what they were doing and paid attention to the day's event. Countless candidates who had been screened out and countless experts who had rushed over from all over the world were staring at the square of the Skyward Hall. They were all looking at Yen Chuan. They were waiting for Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan looked at the examinees again and took a deep breath. The Great Celestial Empire's first world examination begins today. I am very pleased to see all of you. Thank you for your trust in the Great Jin Empire. In this examination, there will be a top scholar in both the civil and martial sciences. Because this is the first examination, in addition to the original promise, I will also give the top scholar the position of army commander. I hope that all of you will do your best. Yan Chuan said loudly. Army commander? Everyone's expressions suddenly changed. The officials and citizens of the Great Jin Empire were all shocked. A legion commander wasn't an official position or a noble title. However, this title alone was much more coveted than an official position or a noble title. This was because every legion commander was viewed by Yan Chuan as a pillar of support for Dejin. Until now, there were countless officials and noble titles in the Great Jin Empire, but there were only 4 army commanders. Would the top scholar in this examination become an army commander? The 500,000 candidates had studied the Great Jin Empire's official system before. And Zhang's army commander. Army commanders for army commander. Army Yan Chuan said, Army, exclamation point. The 500,000 candidates were Army Commander Wang. There were 250,000 of the two each. After Yan Chuan, a large number of Dejin guards quickly set up the tables for the literary examinees. On the tables were the 4 treasures of the study. Fang art is his Meng the thousand y the is number army thousand candidates and thousand a thousand. That is the and it is that the is who. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. The topic of the policy discussion was unifying the world. Many examinees took a deep breath, but most of them were agitated. This was ambition. Only by following such an emperor would they be able to fulfill their ambitions. 250,000 examinees replied in unison. Then, they quickly ground the ink stick and started to think. The candidates for the written exam began to write, and the people of Yanjing were filled with pride. The examinees of the combat examination were also looking at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan did not choose the examinees based on their strength. Instead, he chose the examinees based on their willpower, development potential, combat potential, and ability to lead troops. There were more than 200,000 examinees, from the upper ethereal realm to the Qi realm. Just as Yan Chuan was looking at the candidates for the combat examination. Unify the world? Yan Di, what a big tone. A loud shout suddenly came from the south of Yanjing. The moment he shouted, the expressions of the countless cultivators in the surroundings changed. Someone came to cause trouble? Almost everyone in Yanjing looked up. However, many examinees in the Chaotian Palace Square turned a deaf ear and continued to think about the questions. Yan Chuan looked over and saw a black wind coming from the south. Billowing flames were rushing towards him. Hundreds of cultivators were caught in the black wind. The 2 people at the front were the King of Gaio and the Snake Emperor of the Southern Divine Continent. King of Gaio? Yan Chuan said in a low voice. The 2 emperors looked at each other coldly. Cough, cough, cough. Greetings, Your Majesty. The Snake Emperor said. The moment the Snake Emperor spoke, Bai Ditian also said, Snake Emperor, King of Gaio, when you were trapped in the death trap, it was Yan Chuan who saved you. Are the 2 of you here to cause trouble for the Great Jin examination? Bai Ditian's face darkened. Bai Ditian was very clear about kindness and hatred. Now that the 2 people he had saved were provoking him, he was very angry. The moment Bai Ditian spoke, the Snake Emperor frowned. He did not know what to say. Yan Chuan waved his hand and asked Bai Ditian not to speak. Bai Ditian frowned and nodded. King of Gaio, what are you doing here? Yan Chuan said plainly. Yan Chuan, I do not want to be your enemy in this battle. I do not care about your world examination. However, the people that the Southern Divine Continent took away must be returned to me. I only want the people of the Southern Divine Continent. King of Gaio said in a low voice. The moment King of Gaio spoke, the faces of the group of candidates in the skyward hall darkened. Then they looked at Yan Chuan. They waited for Yan Chuan's reply. Yan Chuan smiled faintly, and his face turned cold. King of Gaio, do you know where this place is? Yan Chuan said coldly. King of Gaio looked at him coldly. This is the Yen capital of the Great Jin examination. Here, even if all the gods and Buddhas came, they will not be able to take my people away. Yan Chuan said coldly. When Yan Chuan spoke, the group of candidates heaved a sigh of relief. His previous apprehension dissipated by quite a bit. At the same time, they felt that they were the people of the Great Jin examination. Yan Chuan, you will not be able to stop me today, King of Gaio said coldly. Oh, Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Everyone, please come out. King of Gaio said plainly. 100 people suddenly appeared in the west of the Yen capital. The ones leading them were Zhu, Yao Tianshang, and Yun Xan. Yen Di, long time no see. I have always regretted the cancellation of the battle between you and me. Zhu said with a smile. Is that the Demon Emperor? And the Demon Emperor? Archaic Arcanum sect leader? Immediately, the people of the Yen capital recognized him. Zhu? Yan Chuan looked at Zhu coldly. Like King of Gaio, I do not want to be your enemy. For your world examination, I will only take the candidates from the Northern Divine Continent. They belong to the Northern Divine Continent. They are mine. Zhu said with a smile. The most powerful person in the world 30,000 years ago had an extraordinary temperament. Although he was aggressive, he looked very magnanimous. Yan Chuan sneered as he shifted his gaze away from Zhu Ji's side and looked at another mountaintop. There were 6 men standing on the mountain. The one leading them was Meng Sansheng from the archaic sect Sacred Ground. The 5 behind him were all immortals from the archaic sect Sacred Ground. At this moment, all 6 immortals were looking at Yan Chuan. Meng Sansheng? Yan Chuan looked at Meng Sansheng coldly. One had to know that Yan Chuan had saved Meng Sansheng once. Meng Sansheng took a deep breath and said, Yan Chuan, I don't want so many people. I only want one person among your candidates. Yan Chuan sneered. King of Gaio and Zhu looked at Meng Sansheng curiously. One person? In Hentian. I only want him. Meng Sansheng pointed at a man holding a brush in the middle of the examination hall. The man had green hair and green clothes. His face was sickly white and he had a small mustache on his chin, which added to his vicissitudes of life. At this moment, the green-haired man was holding a brush and writing on a piece of white paper. As he wrote, the tip of the brush seemed to emit wisps of green mist, which wrapped around the white paper. Faintly, one could hear the faint sound of killing coming from the brush. In Hentian. What a good In Hentian. When the crowd was closing in Hentian was not disturbed. Instead, he was the first person to write, as if the quarrel did not exist at all. As In Hentian began to write, Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with admiration. The candidates only had one goal, which was to concentrate on the examination. How could they write a splendid essay when they were worried about the exterior? Yan Chuan, as long as you give In Hentian to me, the Holy Land of the Gods sect will help you defend the examination. Meng Sansheng said again. The moment Meng Sansheng opened his mouth, the flames in King of Gaio's eyes flickered. He was obviously dissatisfied with Meng Sansheng. Yan Chuan smiled faintly and said, Defend my world exam? If any of the candidates here is lost, the examination will be flawed. Yan Chuan, you better think carefully. Meng Sansheng said coldly. Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold and he sneered, Impossible. The determined impossible made all the candidates in the square calm down. With In Hentian's words, most of the candidates turned their attention back to the paper on the table, thinking about the examination question. Meng Sansheng snorted. Who else is there? Come out together. Yan Chuan shouted coldly. Not far from the mountain where Meng Sansheng was, more than 100 figures appeared. The leader was Kong Dao Chiu from the West Divine Continent. Kong Dao Chiu held the spring and autumn scroll in his hand, and his noble spirit soared into the sky. He landed on the peak of a mountain and looked around. Kong Dao Chiu? Yan Chuan looked over. Kong Dao Chiu looked at Yan Chuan coldly, and then looked around coldly. A complicated look flashed through his eyes. Yan Chuan, are you willing to form an alliance with the Kong family? Kong Dao Chiu asked. When Kong Dao Chiu opened his mouth, the people from the other 3 forces were shocked. They only wanted to ruin the examination and make the great Jin dynasty lose its prestige. But Kong Dao Chiu was too arrogant. Forming an alliance with the Kong family? He wanted to swallow the whole of the great Jin dynasty. Ha ha, Kong Dao Chiu, have you forgotten what I said 10 years ago? Let everyone from the Kong family kowtow in front of my mother's grave before talking to me about joining the great Jin dynasty. Yan Chuan refused coldly. How dare you? The immortals behind Kong Dao Chiu shouted angrily. Kong Dao Chiu waved his hand and stopped the people behind him. At the same time, he looked at Yan Chuan with a complicated expression. There was also a hint of anger in his eyes. In a valley on the outskirts of Yanjing, the emperor and his 12 disciples stood in a secluded place. The 12 sword Dao geniuses looked curiously at the scene in front of them. Master, Yan Chuan is so domineering. Is he going to fight against all 4 of them? They are not just mortals. There are even a group of immortals. One of the disciples exclaimed. Fighting against the world with his own strength? Just this kind of courage is admirable. Another disciple sighed. While everyone was exclaiming, they suddenly noticed that something was wrong. It was the emperor. At this moment, he was holding the bronze saber and staring at Yan Chuan. The emperor's eyes were bloodshot and his hands were trembling slightly. It was as if he was suffering a great torment in his heart. Master, what's wrong? Master, it can't be that your enemy is Yan Chuan, right? All the disciples looked at the emperor in shock. Chapter 1050. Great Jin Celestial Empire, Yen Capital. All the heroes had arrived, and they all stared coldly at Yan Chuan. Everyone had the same goal, to destroy this examination. If they succeeded, Great Jin Celestial Empire would officially lead the world. Putting aside the fact that the Great Jin dynasty was the strongest in terms of strength, it was mainly because of its prestige. Prestige was something that couldn't be seen or touched. However, it could sometimes gather people's hearts. Once Yan Chuan grew stronger, he would be able to attract even more talents. Destroy. Everyone had to destroy. Yan Chuan, I'll ask you one more time. Are you going to hand over the candidates from the southern divine continent? King of Gai asked coldly. Yan Chuan smiled coldly. Those who enter Great Jin's examination hall will be treated as subjects of Great Jin. We will never compromise. After Yan Chuan finished speaking, the expressions of all the examinees perked up. All of them looked at Yan Chuan with even more respect. The examinees who had been selected early on didn't have any complaints about the Great Jin University. Instead, they yearned to enter the Great Jin University during the next imperial examination. King of Gai's face darkened. Meng Sanxing's face darkened. Kong Dao Chiu's face darkened. Zhu's face darkened as well. The 4 forces looked coldly in front of them. Suddenly, the 4 forces released their auras. The powerful auras rushed towards Yen Capital. The powerful auras forced the faces of countless people in Yen Capital to turn pale. A storm was coming. Although Yen Capital was big, it seemed to be surrounded by the 4 forces at this moment. Xing. A pitch-black long sword suddenly shot up to the sky. Bang. With the black sword as the center, billions of sword chi suddenly shot out. Billions of sword chi instantly surrounded Yen Capital and formed a giant shield made of billions of sword chi. The giant sword chi shield protected Yen Capital and all of its citizens in an instant. The citizens of Yen Capital suddenly felt the pressure lifted. All of them heaved a sigh of relief. Jade Emperor's sword array? King of Gai's face darkened. 1 sword to protect a city. The Jade Emperor's sword has become an immortal artifact after absorbing the evil aura of the demon lotus? Kong Dao Chiu's eyes narrowed. Kong Dao Chiu looked at Yan Chuan and sighed. Yan Chuan gave himself one surprise after another. The Jade Emperor's sword, a Dharma treasure that he looked down on in the past, had actually advanced to an immortal artifact today? Yan Chuan stood at the entrance of the skyward hall, coldly looking at the incoming attacks from all directions. King Gai Yu, Meng Sanxing, Kong Dao Chiu, and Zhu all had ugly expressions on their faces. Since his aura could not stump Jin, then he could only make a move to forcefully disrupt the situation. Although the Jade Emperor's sword array was strong, there were many immortals present. It could not stop everyone. However, Yan Chuan had used the Jade Emperor's sword formation to set up a primer. It was a primer to decide who would make the first move. It wasn't that they couldn't break it, but whoever was the first to break the Jade Emperor's sword formation would be the leader of the alliance. There would be no benefits for being the leader of the alliance. Instead, they would bear the greatest hatred from De Zhen. In the future, Great Zhen would not rest until one of them was dead. Yan Chuan's cold eyes scanned the surroundings. He forced everyone to choose. At that instant, the four great factions hesitated. They looked at each other. There was silence. At the entrance of the skyward hall, Yan Chuan sneered. Finally, after a while, it was Zhu. Zhu was the first to take a step forward. Looks like I'll be the one to do it. Zhu smiled. As soon as Zhu spoke, Yao Tianshang and Yun Xian were worried. They wanted to say something, but Zhu shook his head. If he didn't even have the courage to offend others, how could he create a prosperous country? Zhu waved his hand and a white jade bracelet appeared in his hand. However, there was a gap on the jade bracelet, like a small white dragon circling around it. Its head and tail were close, but they didn't connect. It was a jade pendant. He threw the jade pendant into the sky. The jade pendant shook and immediately let out a dazzling white light. Under the white light, the jade pendant slowly straightened and turned into a white dragon, charging towards the Jade Emperor's sword array. Roar! The white dragon let out a long roar and rushed forward with a huge storm. As soon as the white dragon appeared, countless people in Yanjin were shocked. Another immortal artifact? Someone immediately recognized it. Roar! Bai Long looked ferocious. He was about to crash into the Jade Emperor's sword array. His powerful aura seemed to be able to shatter the Jade Emperor's sword array with one strike. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, Yan Chuan looked coldly at the scene before him. Just when everyone thought he was about to crash into the Jade Emperor's sword array, something suddenly appeared in front of Bai Long. Boom! Bai Long collided with the thing that suddenly appeared. Under the huge impact, a huge storm swept across the sky. The huge shockwave even destroyed a large part of the surrounding mountains. Bai Long crashed back, and a bamboo scroll appeared at the place where he collided. The words, Spring and Autumn, were written on the bamboo scroll. Kong Daoqiu? Countless cultivators looked at Kong Daoqiu in surprise. Wasn't the Spring and Autumn bamboo scroll Kong Daoqiu's treasure? Kong Daoqiu blocked Zhu's attack? The Jade Emperor's sword array was still there, but the experts around felt like the world had turned upside down. Kong Daoqiu, what are you doing? Yao Tianshang said coldly. Kong Daoqiu? Are you trying to help Yan Chuan? Yan Chuan didn't promise you anything. Yun Xian said in a low voice. Zhu's eyes narrowed. Not only Zhu's side, but the 100 people Kong Daoqiu brought with him were also very confused. Family head, what are you doing? Family head, why are you helping Yan Chuan? Immediately, the Kong family disciples shouted. Yan Chuan was so detestable in everyone's hearts. Didn't he come this time to help the family head disrupt the examination? Why did the family head stop Zhu? Kong Daoqiu looked at Zhu with a ferocious expression. The strongest person in the world 30,000 years ago is indeed extraordinary, Kong Daoqiu said in a low voice. In the distance, Yan Chuan also looked confused. Kong Daoqiu? Why did he help him? Zhu was silent for a while, then said, Kong Daoqiu? What are you trying to do? You want to help Yan Chuan? Family head? What are you doing? An immortal from the Kong family said in surprise. Kong Daoqiu said in a low voice, I don't need to explain anything to you. Kong family disciples, listen up. As the family head, I order you to stop the Yao Imperial Empire with me. The Kong family disciples were confused and looked at Kong Daoqiu in surprise. Although they didn't understand, they all nodded in the end. Yes, family head. In the distance, Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed as he stared at Kong Daoqiu. Yan Chuan had prepared a lot for this day. Although it might be difficult to face so many people, it was still within his limits. But now, Kong Daoqiu was suddenly on his side? Yan Chuan was confused by Kong Daoqiu's attitude. Perhaps he knew too little about Kong Daoqiu. He was on his side? Kong Daoqiu stopped Zhu. Yan Chuan turned to Li Si. Li Si nodded and quickly left the square. Soon, they arrived at a large hall. There were 5 people sitting in the hall. Meng Ziqiu and 4 immortals from the Julu Academy. Li Si, what's going on? Why did Kong Daoqiu suddenly attack Ju? Meng Lingtian asked in surprise. Li Si smiled wryly. I don't know the details, but it's better this way. His Majesty asked me to inform you that you will fight Ju with Kong Daoqiu later. You can stop the immortals from the archaic Arcanum sect. That's enough. Li Si smiled. It seems like we got a bargain? Meng Ziqiu said. Li Si also nodded strangely. Finally, Li Si said again, everyone, His Majesty has always kept his promises. What you did today, His Majesty will pay you back 100 times over. Meng Ziqiu and the others nodded. Outside Yanjin, Kong Daoqiu led the Kong family in front of Ju. King Guai and Meng Sansheng's faces also darkened. If that's the case, let me do it, Meng Sansheng said coldly. Meng Sansheng took a step forward and flew into the sky. The 5 immortals followed closely behind. Meng Sansheng's face was fierce. He took out the giant purple gourd on his back and threw it into the sky. Treasure, please take it, Meng Sansheng shouted. The mouth of the giant Hongmeng gourd suddenly produced a powerful suction force. As soon as the suction force appeared, the clouds within thousands of miles were drawn in. They went straight into the mouth of the gourd and the suction force was directed at the Jade Emperor's sword array. As soon as the powerful suction force appeared, it immediately caused a storm in the surroundings. The sword chi of the Jade Emperor's sword array shook violently. Although the Jade Emperor's sword was already an immortal artifact, it was still slightly weaker than the Hongmeng gourd. Boom! For a moment, the sword chi rolled toward the mouth of the gourd as if it was going to be completely absorbed. Meng Sansheng's eyes were ferocious. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. Just as Yan Chuan was about to attack, suddenly, from a valley below, a huge green energy saber shot up into the sky. The giant energy blade was like a heavenly sword. It sliced through the void and reached the Hongmeng gourd in an instant. Boom! There was another huge collision. As the void trembled, azure and purple light seemed to dye the world in an instant. Buzz! The Hongmeng gourd was carefully put away by Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng looked at the valley where the energy blade shot out from in surprise. In the valley, a woman with short hair and a bronze saber in her hand looked over with a heroic look in her eyes. Behind the woman were 12 disciples. They were also looking at the sky coldly. The energy blade came from the woman. The woman took a step forward and shot into the sky. The 12 disciples remained in the valley. The Emperor. It was the Emperor who blocked Meng Sansheng's attack. The Emperor's back was facing Yan Chuan as he looked coldly at Meng Sansheng. You're the Emperor? Meng Sansheng's face darkened. Take your people and scram back to the divine realm. Otherwise die, the Emperor said coldly. Meng Sansheng didn't speak. An immortal behind Meng Sansheng suddenly said with disdain, Die? You reckless girl. When I became famous, where were you? Xing. A cold light flashed in the Emperor's eyes. He didn't waste any time and slashed with his saber. Another energy blade slashed down at the immortal. Before the energy saber arrived, the killing intent had already arrived. The immortal's expression suddenly changed. Not good. The immortal's treasure shot into the sky. The other 4 immortals beside him also attacked the Emperor's saber. Boom! The 5 immortals attacked together, shattering the sovereign's astral saber. However, the 5 immortals were sent flying hundreds of meters away. The immortal's artifact that had been used to provoke the sovereign also shattered. The immortal's immortal artifact shattered and his mind was affected. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Scram or die, the Emperor said coldly again. Meng Sansheng's face turned ugly. Who would dare to underestimate the Emperor now? With a saber in hand, he could kill gods and demons. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.